And we're a go. Sorry, I stood up for the first time shortly before this, in like a couple hours, and like I'm still struggling to feel it.
Okay, I was logging Discord just in case Dallas said something.
No, you do not
The
understand.
No,
I
only-
it's
have
fine.
Dallas's sidebar open. I just have server mute just ready.
You're locked in. Okay. The joy in stretching my legs out will bring me to life. This is rain 78, I think.
Have you ever seen
Damn
the rain?
What? The
Why did you not go for the obvious wake me up?
Because Lucky was ready for you then.
I was.
Send him to jail.
Dallas got me.
Make him sing the
Also, I'll say this. I pulled up a list of 100 songs with rain in the title.
My God.
Dallas.
I hope some of that stays in the audio of me just saying that into my bottle.
Dallas, I hope
Here
you
we
just. Dallas, I hope you stub your toe.
Just end it there. Just end it there, Axe. Just Dallas, I hope you
Just
stub your toe.
Inshallah, may he step on a Lego. Okay, all right. This episode is brought to you by our patrons. I have taken my headset off so I can do the patron read and just whatever else is happening, I don't know. It's brought to you by our patrons like Out of the Heart, Black G, Kami Zed, Carlos, Dragon, Jidamina Hezen, Rise of Kenji, Rogrumman, and Sharvor. Thank you very much, patrons,
Don't forget Bananarama.
for what a crazy time this is.
See, Omega didn't hear that, so he has no idea.
No, Jake said you. I know about the Vinorama. I put my headphones on just as I finished.
Damn it!
I still had to pause because I unfortunately have my window. Well, not unfortunately. Fortunately, I have my windows open because it's 69 degrees outside. Nice. Which is much cooler than it is in my room, but it means that my eyes are now bothering me a little bit because we've opened them to the outside a little. But let's see, Lucky put a nice in there. We're getting started for rain. I'm not going to make my usual joke. I thought it, but I won't do it. So, you guys are in the tomb. Does everybody remember what the tomb is like?
It has like
Yes.
lot of statues, a lot of offerings. We had to, cut open the Marquess and squeeze him over a bowl.
Yes.
Have alcoves for
And I
each
do
of
hope
the
you made sure to
sisters.
jot down.
I cut my own hands. Thank you very much.
I know,
Oh,
but that was
right,
the
yeah,
joke
that
I
did
made. That was
happen.
the joke I made before you did that.
Yes, it didn't actually happen that you guys, tilted the Marquis up like a did a keg stand, but it's funnier to say that. Even though it was easy for him. The only thing that matters metatextually for that is I hope that the Marquis
Mark on the
is still remembered to log that shock damage.
I wrote it down last time we did.
Good.
Yes,
The
but
shock
it'll be
amount of
important later. All right.
That's a secret master tool.
I do have a not really retcon, but I do have a slight step back to take because there was a small detail that I didn't originally bring up because we were coming up on the end of the session and we were having many great times with much exposition to do. But since we are here now, before actually you guys got to the whole riddle of the bowl and opening it, because as I did bring up, technically that whole thing was slightly nonlinear anyway because it was in the center. I wanted to say tableau. That's not quite the right word, but the central alcove niche is the one with the bowl and the blood and the opening.
The bowl and the blood and the
So whether
opening.
you guys went left to right or right to left, or you just looked straight at the dead center right away, you technically would have seen all that stuff earlier in the sequence, but it would have broken my flow.
Your
but-
game master flow.
Yeah. Sorry, there's about 90 different Dracula flow quotes I thought of, and I'm like, which one of those is best? Now, I won't try to massage them right now. I'll come up with that later. Oh, crick my neck. I would like everybody to make a empathy roll, however.
May I ask who we're doing this empathy roll on?
Let's see if anybody passes it. Okay, you're passing it. But actually, the
Other ones.
you are rolling empathy to the point to see something with somebody, so it depends on if you succeed.
Well, it's hard to understand if such things will apply to passions if we don't necessarily know who we're rolling on sometimes.
Do you have a passion that might apply to an empathy roll? It's not to a player character.
Oh, it's not to a player.
Is this
No.
the Marin twins?
No.
No.
Okay.
No. I'll say that it's not to a player character. This is not hidden information. This is this is an NPC reaction that I skipped over.
Well, I guess it's not that important actually, but let me see here.
No, it is good to ask about your passions. Like I said, it's. And I think everybody passes anyway. One, I think.
The number of the beast.
Now I like to go Devi.
Isn't there more 999?
Devi, can't you see what you said?
I'm not here to argue about
Blast
numerology.
him!
Double not here to argue about whatever that was either. Literally all of you notice. Funnily enough,
Everyone saw it.
because I don't think I was rolling anything to conceal. Earlier in the sequence, when you guys were which one was it? Okay, no, that's right. It was in the block with the central block with Sandraudiga Redmane's things. I mentioned that there were some cloaked items with some logos. When you look, I should say, when the team examines the tattered cloak that was left, the one that I described as being from an unusual variation of the Praetorian logo. What was the exact one? Yes, a cogwheel under a hammer and sword. All of you notice that there is, I don't know how else to phrase it than a curious expression on Moira's face.
I would like to engage with this, but I will pass the opportunity to anyone else who may want to do it.
Fuck, I can't think of a word.
I'm not doing that. You kidding?
I like.
I mean, I gotta be honest. This is the story of Nicola's life. Notice a thing? I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I like minding my own business.
Nicola files that information into shit he didn't need to know.
Shit, I don't need to know.
I've already been stabbed once. I'm fine with that being the only time.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I guess I'll do it.
All right.
I'm gonna.
All right,
The
what do you got?
sacrifice will be remembered.
And Buck says she stabs him in the
Just
dick.
remember my sacrifice.
So I had to cough. I couldn't tell off Dallas. All right, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. Like I just fucking blinked immediately on like.
Give me your you have something. Give me your best.
Like
It
I
was
said,
literally just going to be. Leslok was going to ask her. Is like something maybe not familiar to you, Moira, or something along those lines?
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Yes, if you ask her that, Moira kind of like pauses, purses her lip, and says, "Not exactly. It's similar to something. It was She kind of pauses. I assume that like none of you look like you're gonna like let it immediately go.
Yeah.
So she like continues.
Anything.
It was a box in my grandpa's place. It had a similar design, I think. It was many years ago. It's the only thing my... She kind of, does pause, purse her lips again, and says, the only thing my father left. But, like I said, haven't seen it in years. It might not have been the same. Maybe it was 2 hammers? She kind of just shakes her head lightly, like she's, getting a cobweb out of there. It's just like, nothing to worry about it now. It's been years since I've been there. Anyway, that is the breadth of that detail. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, what was that? Discord cut that off a little bit.
It was just, I think internally, it was like the ascendancy is probably hard to track anyway.
In real life, I shrug. I gesture. All right. Okay. I know we've only been going for about 10 minutes, but give me a second. I need to go wash my eyes out so I can do this right.
Oh, that's good. I need a bio break.
Yeah, I was but it's like a resource.
Well, it is
Okay,
probably
okay.
the hour. Now is probably a good time.
Everybody
actually.
take a break.
Yeah. I paused.
I didn't realize it was so dire. Okay, back. Hopefully doing okay. Sorry, I had to stifle a cough immediately because of course I did. It's sadly one of those chaos days. Okay. Now, then you guys, read a riddle. Everybody looks at the Marquess. Everybody looks back at the ball. Everybody looks back at the Marquess. The Marquess just, sighs.
Pulls out plot knife.
She looked at him.
Oh, there's a black iron knife right here.
Oh, right, yes, fair. I would have used plot knives otherwise.
Yeah, there's a little offering knife right next to the bowl,
Yeah, do not feed the
which is
plot
probably
knife
a
your
pretty
own
decent
blood.
clue. All right. So, once you do so, I mentioned this before, there's an unseen mechanism, latches as the blood drips down into the strange serpentine carvings in the bowl, the dragonic diagrams, and, it kind of latches and slides in, rotates on an inward hinge, and opens up the inner chamber of the tomb, and greets all of you with a blast of intense heat and even a little bit, drifting up through the top of the arch, smoke. Looking inside, which I assume some of you at least are, there is a big old interior dome. This is the actual inner curve. I think curve works for that. Of the dome, that was measured from the outside, goes up to the top. The floor is shaped like the only description I had was an inverse C. So in the back half of this room, there is open magma. There's ooey gooey lava. So it's very warm in here.
How deep are we?
I was literally typing that.
Not that deep at all.
It's like, excuse
You're
me.
not that deep at all. You went down like, I don't know, like a 15-foot stair.
Huh.
Like you're technically subground, but you're not, grossly below the, like, you're basically at like the bedrock layer, the top of the bedrock. And I mean bedrock in like the real life term, not in the Minecraft term. Like when you go down below, soil and other loose levels and reach, that's good rock right there. So, again, very hot out there. The solid ground that you guys can see through the doorway is cracked, dark black, and looks a lot like lava rock, which melted smooth and then cooled to crack, possibly repeatedly. Despite the heat, the interior walls of this dome are painted with glimmering mosaics which catch the light, showing various glyphs for which look like sun, moon, stars, and then a black sun.
Black
Oh,
hole.
son, won't you? Damn it!
Won't you go?
Shoot Dallas again.
No, that was lucky
Anyway.
too.
I'll shoot you two. All right, I'll shoot both of you.
Inside, there are also arranged in regular, patterns on the walls. There are 13 animal glyphs, perhaps corresponding to the different lunar months of the year. These include the beaver, the ram, a bull, a whale or fish, snake, tortoise, raven, or some kind of blackbird. I'll admit I wrote raven, but it would be hard to tell. Deer, scorpion, lion, wolf, fox, bear. In the center of the chambre is a large stone sarcophagus, but behind the sarcophagus, kind of on the peninsula of like I said, the inverse sea that juts out into the lava, there is what looks like a large stone work table and what could be a crucible or furnace, and it's a little hard to tell in the light, but it looks like there are deep red clay tablets lying on the work table.
Well,
Go over to the tablets.
yeah, no, Inos is also. Well, actually,
Yeah, you're going inside the room. Everybody's going inside the room,
Yes,
but
no,
I have to warn you, those of you who go inside the room first, and all of you in time, you must roll body plus vigor immediately because it is hot in here.
Gotcha.
Konrad, you're getting an XP point here. You're making this roll with 3 when you step inside this room. It's very hot, obviously, to all of you, but to Konrad, especially because you do have quite a bit of eerie, there's something about this chamber which is extra spicy. Like, it's not only does Konrad, feel the heat and may be able to resist it with a body plus vigor, but you feel uncomfortably warm. Like deep heat inside your bones, kind of a thing. Like something is your hairs in your arms, stand straight up, kind of a thing. There's something going on here that seems to be affecting you in particular.
Conrad's Eerie is 3 with a pool of 8.
Yeah, he's got 5 cents. So
yeah, you
got more than.
so you said -3 to this figure, or was that?
no, it's difficulty 3. So
Difficulty,
you
okay.
sets of I think it beats it. So it has to be a set of.
All right, make it sure.
Omega, will Enos's fire ring block the effects of this heat?
I believe you would roll to gobble instead of the vigor. Yeah.
I will roll to gobble then. Damn, Konrad.
Okay,
Raise
Comrade
hand.
tanks it.
Just a big forge.
It is a big force.
It still feels there's something, like I said, like hair standing on end, itching in your palm. Something about this place is like extra specially. But
I make some good ass rings, y'all.
did everybody else pass? Yeah, no. Okay, good. You guys are prepared for prepared for your desert trip because you don't temporarily lose a point of body.
I'm gonna have to get. I'm gonna probably need to get that. I think I'll ever bring those from Enos as well for the heat because I only have 6 dice. So I don't trust that.
Enos, you're like when you enter the room, you were one of the first, I think, to say you were entering.
Yes.
Your fire ring like flashes, and you feel the magical effect activating to prevent you from having to roll body plus vigor to fight an environmental effect.
Oh.
It's hot in here. Like I said, it is as hot as if you were standing right next to a forge.
Enos kind of stops at that and goes, oh. Looks at his ring. It's all like, it must be rather hot in here. It's like he'll call back to, people behind that, it's pretty dang hot in here, so be careful.
I guess everybody steals themselves because they all pass when they step in after you.
Mm-hmm.
I believe I said I stepped in first.
Well, yes, you step in first. That's what I mean. Like you and Enos are the first to jump in. You pass easily. You're a monster.
Had to unmute, but I'm just picturing that when Nicola and Inos looks back, everyone's doing the fucking meme of that guy sweating and just dabbing the forehead. Like, oh.
But yes,
It's a bit warm in here.
Enos
no.
will continue towards the tablets.
All right. And I assume the rest of you are trailing along.
Yeah, I want to look there. I want to see. I want to take it.
I mean, I already said I was going there, so.
Ah!
Conrad takes a lean. If you're touching the walls of the tomb, Conrad, they are, I won't say cool, but they seem to be withstanding the heat in a very different level than like the air and the floor in here. It's there's something oddly special about this place. I think that all of you can reckon.
Konrad probably then leans his back against the wall and kind of starts unbuttoning the front of his leather armor.
Yeah. Let's see. I should probably roll for NPCs just in case. That's the wrong. I said it's scrolling the wrong list of NPCs. That's not going to tell you anybody's body plus vigor score. All right.
Wow.
Where's fine?
Rolling a lot of sets today.
And yeah, as a little. Yeah, I'll just work that into the. Let me tab back. So, sorry, I realize sometimes that I either sound like a lunatic or like some kind of like, oh no, I'll talk about that later. But when you do this level of writing, the thing is, I think of things and then I'm like, wait, I have a character moment, but we'll weave it all together into the narration. So, two things kind of are happening simultaneously. Let me put it that way. One, seeing, Conrad kind of in that position, Aurelia, goes out of her way not to go very deep into the room and walks over to, check in on you, Conrad. And like, she kind of like low talks, like, asks if you're all right. At this moment, when she asks, she seems perfectly fine. Like, not very well bothered. Before Conrad really has a chance to comment back to her, though, and before any of you have any time to do anything more than kind of like all file into the room and start walking towards the tablets, because that would require you to go past, around, etc., the sarcophagus, flames start to just appear in the room. Like, not the lava itself. Fire kind of like leaps up from the back of the room, the crucible, markers, braziers next to the sarcophagus kind of ignite, and then they all lift up to swirl in the air over top of the sarcophagus, which has a set of armor laid out on it, you see as you approach. I see what Lucky says, and I'm like, all right, we'll see how you feel about that when I finish this next sentence. Because they swirl into the armor, and the armor lifts up off the sarcophagus because the fire builds a body of flame, which seems to hold up the armor. There is a spectacle helmet, that type of Northern European helmet that has kind of like the space for the two eyes. With kind of like crude iron construction, boar hide, and an ivory kind of coif, the like neck protection coming down from it. The shirt of mail is woven from bronze scales and slats of ivory, perhaps even of dragon bone, adorned in runes and protective charms. The arm guards are made of bronze bands, leather, and reindeer hide. There are lamellar pauldrons, a pleated kilt of hardened bear hide, and more lamellae of bronze and iron chains, a great silver inlaid girdle, hardened leather boots with iron riveted greaves, etc. And the intervening areas, the gaps in this armor, are made of what looks like, almost molten solid flame, like a certain spicy Pepsi Man. That's a joke for the 14 team. But it seems almost physical. One hand grips a long leaf-bladed bronze sword, and the other a short iron blade, which has been scorched or scored by time to be almost black. Now, this shade or figure is pretty impressive because she's standing like 7 or 8 feet tall, like literally larger than life. and basically, lifts the sword to point, let's say directly at Leslok, and just kind of like be, levels at you. And hey, it is the fighty time.
Can I do something before the fight starts, please? It's a non-combat action.
Just say what it was.
What sort of
I wish-
activity?
I wish to pose with my water elemental.
You bring your water elemental into an archaeological dig?
That's a good point. This wasn't I thought this was the dungeon. This isn't the dungeon. Never mind. Sorry. No, I don't.
Yes and no. It's a yes but no
You're
situation.
correct.
Yeah. No, like I did warn you that all of you should go
No,
into this
'cause
room for raisins, but at the same time, it's
there
like I don't
was
know.
a
Would you bring
dungeon-
a big wet guy
No.
into a tomb?
No.
Bring the metal one.
Yeah.
The question would be if he was outside. Because if he's outside, as soon as we saw the magma chamber, I would have brought him in. Because, that just makes sense. But I probably wouldn't have brought him outside. So, no. Anyway.
All right. Anyway,
Sense order.
sense order. Who has the lowest censuses?
I think it's me and Loth still.
Oh, actually, no. Right. Sorry.
Yes, it's
Before we get into that, it is still you guys. 3 twos. I did actually have one more beat to say, which is so when this this blazing shade appears, not that any of you have a lot of frame of reference for a quote unquote fiery ghost. We'll have to solve that later.
I literally made one. And then unmade it because I realized it was a shitty idea with boats.
Well, I mean, you can discuss whether or not you think this is an elemental or not later. But like I said, as this kind of happens, I mentioned, that Aurelia, came over to Konrad to check on him, and she seemed fine. When this happens, that is when she actually seems to get unsteady on her feet and look overcome by the heat and kind of drops to a knee. So Moira will, head over and kind of cover her is not the right word because it's hot. So you wouldn't throw a coat over her or something, but kind of seems concerned as, like I said, Aurelia seems to suddenly be,
Move to her side.
lightheaded or heat exhausted, overcome by heat and kind of shakily drops to a knee, grips her temple in a suitably dramatic but ambiguous fashion.
So, oh my god.
Connor probably gives her an arm when she first starts falling, so she doesn't just drop like a rock.
Mhm.
But
To ask, because I'm first in the sense order now, because Loth has gained a point of sense, leaving me at the bottom.
Very common,
you have the lowest sense of all of us.
Mhm.
In more ways than
But
Johnny
I'm
Low
smarter
sense.
than a lot
Alright.
of you.
Don't know about that actually. Anyway, doesn't matter.
knowledge
What are you
5.
doing?
What am I doing? Can I tell that this thing is aggressive? Is what I was going to ask.
It's pointing a sword at your Marquess. I don't know. That seems a
All
little
right,
aggressive.
then I'm gonna cast a spell at it.
Seems like a sort of
Let
a
me
challenge.
Make sure
All right.
make sure the thing is the right name. I believe it's called Teeth of the Desert or Fangs of Stone. It's something to do with teeth in stone. Bones
You
of
can cast
Stone.
that right
Close
away.
enough. Yes, I can. Right?
Okay. All right. I mean, what's the casting timer?
Oh, wait, never mind. Well, it just says slow.
This is the first time Dallas has decided to cast slow spells. Yeah. So
Yes.
when you want to cast a slow spell, you have to wait that number of turns before it goes off.
Oh, okay, never mind that. Sorry, I'm used to things taking me hours, so I don't even look at them. My bad.
So I'm like, wait a second.
Sorry, I haven't. Like I said, I think that is my only actual slow spell. All right.
May I make a suggestion, Dallas?
Yeah.
You have students of sorcery and whatnot. How about you try to figure out what this actually is?
That's a good idea. Is that a full round action?
Yeah,
to
you
do
can
that?
you can yes, that would be a declared action. It's not a combat maneuver, but you can say I'd like to roll my
I
skill,
will-
and that will be
It's like
I
doing
would
a
like to
knowledge.
Your turn,
declare
unless you
knowledge
do-
sorcery to figure out the hell is this thing.
Would it be sorcery?
What
Yeah, I'm
knowledge would
wondering
it be?
that. Which
Let me see if I have it. I have a lot of knowledges.
You also have a cult.
Actually, this
I have
might
a
be a
cult?
cult. I believe that is one you have.
cult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay, cults!
Nice.
We're talking about something suitably esoteric.
Yeah, okay, then I do have knowledge of cult.
Nice.
All right. Nobody else has sense 2 anymore, right? It's just Dallas at 2, or Nicola at 2, I should
just me.
say. All right. Sense 3.
That's me.
Yep,
And
that
Loth.
is me too.
And Logesh, yes. All right. The enemy has not declared yet.
I'll declare. I'll declare first. Okay, just so I can get a visual on this.
Yeah.
The sarcophagus. We're in the sarcophagus is in the middle of the room. That's where the flame has formed. Me and Nicola were off moving to a forge. Was on what, like the side somewhere?
Behind it.
Behind it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
no,
Did we
it's
make
right in front of where-
did we make it to the forge, or are we still just kind of in the entrance?
No. You would be stopped before you could break the plane of the sarcophagus.
Okay.
I can draw a very quick diagram if people want.
I do not necessarily need one, but some might be good for visualization. Knowing that
Mostly-
Nicola is trying to suss out whatever this is, Inos will step in front of him, drawing his chain and plan to parry.
Okay.
Right, that's what I should have cast. I keep forgetting that. I need to cast it at the beginning.
To
Yeah, it's
tank?
like-
Yeah.
It's like some Kairos. I figure it's like I have to get that ready because those three.
I prefer not die, but yeah.
All right. I have a.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was a fucking toy phone.
Yeah, I thought that
No. Sorry. This, like I said, this is very crude. Literally 5 seconds in MS Paint, but yeah. Like I said, it's
I'll fucking
you're
buy
gonna-
you a paint that appropriately is just paint at this point.
Well,
there would be no point. I wouldn't know what to do with it.
No, I get it. I
Yes,
get
he
it.
has learned the ways of paint.
Like
Yeah,
we're just
I
we
also-
like just to make a very fast diagram. Like it's technically it like I wish I could make a canvas that was inherently circular because that would
Oh,
be
I
better,
see.
like to round the corners.
I'm assuming
but
the middle one is the sarcophagus and the back one is the forge?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
so
I
there's
know
like a
exactly-
sarcophagus and there's
I
a
know
stone workbench
exactly-
and a forge behind it. So.
No. It's
Now, I will have to say, whoever laid out this tomb is terrible at interior decorating, but that's neither here nor there.
You'll figure that out later. All right. So your only action though, Enos, is to declare a parry.
Yeah, no, I do not have a cult, and I don't necessarily have offensive spells, and it hasn't actually attacked anyone yet. So I'm gonna make sure that the good doctor, who is trying to figure this out, does not get slapped.
I think I'm going to have to resort to Wind Witch magic because I've noticed all of my offensive spells will either damage the stuff around here, which I don't want to do, or are fire, which I'm gonna guess is not a good idea.
Probably not.
I
no.
guess Outcast is probably overkill.
You
But
don't
that's
know.
also-
I mean, it's a perfect.
Also,
you know.
I would have to like grapple it first, which is just done. Alchemist is not an
You
efficient
don't
combat spell.
throw Alcahest. You pour that onto things. It's not a good idea. Also, to answer the question from earlier, the rapier that Logesh has, I do believe, does not have any special qualities. She did not. Inara didn't request specifically being Damascened.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, okay.
it would just have
Also, I don't.
the lack of breakability qualities of Norland steel.
Right, it has all the traits from Konrad's forge.
Yes, Conrad made it so it has all his normal default abilities, but it was not specially made to be Damascened.
Oh, I thought it was. My bad.
No, that was Paloma required it because she asked about an unbreakable sword, and Conrad was like, "Well, I can't do that, but I can make it harder to break."
Well, I think the question I asked is, do you want one to be used?
Yes,
And then she said yes, so I made her a sword that can kill.
yeah.
Okay, so in which case, did Everhelm come with us by any chance?
He should be. He is
Okay, 'cause
whatchamacallit? He is the Marquess's cavalier.
yeah, because otherwise I was gonna do exactly what Lucky did, but just make sure to stand in front of a Marquess.
Leslok.
Yeah. You know what? If it's not too much trouble, I think could I join in defending pairing in front of Nicola? Or would that just mess things up?
I think
No, that would not mess things up.
No, I think protecting the Marquess is probably a good idea. I think that's a good move, personally.
Okay. I will take.
Yeah, I'll say this: like Everhelm would be around, but don't feel the need to what's the word? Defer to NPCs when you want to take an action as a player character. You know, do what feels right for you.
Okay, I will take out my freshly made, technically newly minted Dragonbone halberd and declare casual swats.
Sorry, I'm just thinking the fucking Final Fantasy 14 when you equip your weapon, him just, grabbing it from behind his back and just getting into combat stance.
I thought you might say equipping it, changing classes, suddenly naked, like, oh fuck!
Not that.
No,
not
you didn't set your gear plate.
You hear
Your gear set's not made.
You hear Inos curse in the fucking background. Shit, my portrait.
Inos would be a portrait girly.
Okay, so yeah, this is, for those unaware, this allows me to do a parry in a round declare casual swat as a parry action. And it's like a normal parry, but I may increase or decrease the height of a single waist die by 1.
Ooh.
So you can make it bigger, yes.
Nice.
So Logesh draws his new, Dragonbone polearm and specifically gets ready to defend with the back end to swat away attacks.
Oh, what's that NPC in 14? The guy of the
spiked butt.
Yes, of the spiked butt.
Alumbert of the spiked butt, something like that. I think he's Ishgardian.
Yeah, he's Ishgardian.
I love how that's the first thing you think of. It's like, oh wait, that end.
Well, I mean, we've talked about this, I think, on a stream before because we've done that fate while like leveling Blue Mage or something. But like the way that guy's name works as a joke is because that would actually be a thing with a polearm, is to have the non-pointy end of the polearm is usually called the butt, much like you call the stock of a rifle the butt. So like the name's not wrong, it's just also very funny, and I don't think that guy knows that it's funny.
No,
and that's why it's funny.
I know it's a slight tangent, but 14 is fucking rife with those references. I remember there's a fucking somewhere in the I can't think of the region now. Thanalin area. There's a fate chain with a guy and his two Mikote lieutenants, and all they talk about is how they're gonna work his lever tonight. It's like, no, I will be the one to work the lever, and it's just like, oh my god. No, it's good. It's great. I feel like just going to just so I can laugh at it. But I am done with the tangent now.
Yes.
Leather
all right,
daddies.
That is all.
Okay, so let's see. Logesh declares. Inos declares. All right. Well, NPCs declare before PCs, so we finally reach Sense 4. All right, okay. Let me double check my wording on this. This will be similar to a thing.
Somebody should go Sense 6 just to bit to it, but I don't know.
Food for thought for later.
I
Sorry.
will always be Sense 2 because then I get to talk first and just sit there.
Okay. So, sorry, I'm rereading my own rules because it's been a few weeks since I came up with this one. Week months? Okay, so can perform 2 actions per round, and da-da-da. Yeah, no, I think we'll do that. Okay, yes, these are 2 separate ones. So, we're gonna get ready to do some fun. First, I'm letting you all know, as a slow 1 effect, so happening at resolution next turn, She's going to do 2 area shock damage to everybody within 10 feet due to fire. So, keep that in mind. Next round, there'll be area shock damage. There's a big blinking circle.
Is this an SLA or is it like a sorcery thing?
Wow. It's not a spell you can counterspell.
Okay.
No, she's just that hot. So sexy.
All right, cool.
And then let's see. I feel like I understood my exact meaning when I wrote these notes quite a while ago, but now I've for instance, I don't know, completely written a couple of Death Watch missions, so I'm like, boy, I really wish I'd wrote more explicit details to myself.
Well,
so
now you know.
I'll just say it to the group, or I'm just like, and I'll type the text too. So I have a note here, which is, and yes, she is physical, so you can attempt to do some stuff.
Okay.
Can perform 2 actions per round. Can perform parry and sword in the same pool at no multiple action penalty, or 2 sword attacks in a pool at no multiple action penalty. I think the no MA penalty is separate from getting two actions per round, 2 declares, basically.
I think so.
But I'm not sure, and I feel like I should have wrote it a little more clearly.
That would make sense. Or else, why would you write it like that?
Yeah. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do, as one action, we're declarating the slow effect. As another action, we will do 2 sword attacks. One on Leslok and one on Nicola, because you guys went out of your way to parry, so why would I be so rude as to not let you use those dice?
Nice.
Thank you. I appreciate
Because
that,
basically
Omega.
what happens is this, again, burning ghost, this flaming wraith, takes a couple of steps forward so that everybody except Konrad, I think, is within the 10-foot radius currently. And then lashes out with 1 sword. We'll say long sword to Leslok, short sword to Nicola. Yes, this matters. And then that is declared.
Okay.
So let's see. Comrade, you're also Sense 5?
Yep.
Okay. Sense 5 brothers.
I think I'm gonna step away.
No.
I think I'm just gonna step away out of the 10-foot radius.
Fair.
That would just be your free movement if you want to back up.
I'll do that. And I'm going to I think I'm going to draw one of... Actually, no. It's a ghost, right?
We don't know yet.
All right.
You're not sure. It seems reasonable.
But like I said, if you want to try and
Until
get
Nicola resolves, you won't know for sure.
excuse me. Like I said, if you want to try other ways to get information, that is applicable.
Could be a stand.
It's probably not a stand.
Could I do Student of History or Monstrum?
I think we've said that if it was a ghost, that would not technically be a monstrum, so...
Okay.
And
If
I would
not,
hate
then,
to.
like-
I would hate for you to roll knowledge monster for just being like, nah, it's not a monstrum.
Otherwise, I'm just gonna try. I'll just fucking draw a gun and shoot it, or I'll draw a gun and aim for late, and then not shoot
You wanna
shoot
aim? Okay.
afterwards.
You can take it. That's
But,
a
like-
maneuver. You can aim. You can back up and aim.
Yeah, I'm just gonna draw one of my guns, have it on my
All right.
chest, so look at it.
Konrad.
Konrad will. 1 second, let me check.
I'm an idiot.
Sure.
No.
Konrad moves forward between the creature and Moira and Aurelia. People can notice that Konrad's moving a little sluggishly. But my action will be to try religion to see if I recall anything about anything like this creature.
All right. That's your free movement and a knowledge roll. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I believe that means everybody has declared. Let's Rule them.
Roll them bones. Occult.
On all
Hey,
attacks.
is
Yeah, okay.
Omega, would learning about the thing trying to kill us be protecting the Marquis? Or protecting my family? Being
You
like, how
know,
do we
that's
not
a broad
die?
interpretation, but I'll allow it.
Yeah.
As I have 3. No, actually, I have 4 10s, so I could just do 2 10s and 2 10s.
That's a little crazy.
That'd be funny.
But
There's no special dice in it, but it's a pretty decent sword.
4
pool.
3s.
Okay.
okay, so it's just attacking. I got to remember that. That is important. Where's my parry pool? There it is. 7.
4s.
I have a master die in this. Thanks
Okay,
to
4s. That's good.
not 17, 19.
I believe I have difficulty 3 on everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna make that a pair of 10s.
Okay. All right. Okay. By the way, Leslok, I did tell everybody was going for battle rattle. You're wearing your hat, right?
I'm wearing the iron hat.
Good. Very good.
I always
It's
listen,
very
I'm
important.
never gonna like.
No,
because
yes,
it-
I know. I think we've had this conversation before. Since
like-
Konrad got one shot, I
region.
think you're never gonna not have a hat, if you can help
Listen,
it.
it doesn't cover my face, but it covers the rest of my head.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So, just blah, blah, blah. Nicola for 3 width.
4 width.
No, I'm not using that as 4 10s.
No, I have 4 3s.
Oh, you do have 4 3s. Okay.
I have 4 3s.
All right. So,
So
you rolled knowledge occult. So in esoteric lore and people's kind of like I said, folk understanding separate from like religious doctrine. The general wisdom is that the ghost, a shade, is the leftover juice, aether. You would interpret this as an alchemist. From there is the great. Sorry, excuse me. Great triumvirate of mind, body, soul. When you die, your body is destroyed. Effectively, it stops being maintained and breaks down, and your soul moves on to the afterlife. The general idea is that because your body, your mind and soul are linked, that most of the stuff in your mind goes with you, but not all of it. Not all of your emotional and intellectual knowledge moves on. I think you only bought Spirit Urn after at the after last
Also,
round of XP. So
I've noticed a banishment has been adjusted from intensity 4 to 3 and now slow 3.
yeah, I did. I moved that one around. I think
it's really fucking hard.
No. Simply get the esoteric to reduce the slow.
Okay.
Or you can just trust in Logesh to tank for you for 3 turns. And also,
I'm gonna teach. I'm gonna teach
get
one
knocked out in 3 turns. Anyway,
I'm gonna take
but yeah. So the general impression is that when you die, your mind should move on with your soul to the afterlife. But some of that doesn't always happen, and especially those who have strong, unrequited emotions leave impressions. Normally, shades are intangible. Some of them are so weak as to be not visible to people, like to normal people. You need to have ghost sight or be particularly high in the eerie score to show it up. Normally, ghosts are not 8-foot tall blazing ladies who you are pretty sure is about to smack your cousin pretty hard on the head with a sword. So that's not normal.
But it's probably a ghost of some kind.
Yes. If you had to guess based on, again, occult esoteric knowledge, Nicola, you would probably be of the opinion that right now you're standing inside a place of power.
Yeah, no.
As you guys did kind of were out of character anyway, a little baffled by the fact that there is in fact raw exposed magma here. That is indeed not normal. So there's probably a intense amount of aether in this chamber, in this immediate area. If you had to guess, the ghost, the lingering will, is tied to that energy, which is making her, 8 feet tall and on fire.
Probably also, if I had to guess, a little tied to Phernaxia. I don't know. I just get that impression.
Well, you don't know, who's linked to this place of power, so that's something you'll have to figure out later. Konrad rolled religion. You'll find out when we move down the card a little. Did anybody get a trace width? I'll take that as a no.
No, yeah.
All right, so sorry, my brain turned off for a second. Inos, you are applying yours as 2 10s, right?
Yes.
Okay. Using your master die from your living metal. That's good because you save Nicola from getting shanked in the face as he's doing the hangover meme about the math, right? And then just you see a sword. It's the short sword, just curving in on frame, and then you bat it aside with your chain.
Mm-hmm.
There's a suitable clang and a shower of sparks. For the Marquess, unfortunately, Logesh, you have not rolled enough height to match the 10s and thus gobble the success. So, Leslok, you're going to take, before you can dance out of the way, since you just did your free movement, you're going to get bonked in the face for what would be with +1 in killing, so 3 killing to location 10. However, you have helmet.
I take only 1.
As there is a horrible, clanging, scraping sound, and you guys see a trickle of blood, come down Leslok's temple as he gets banged on the head. Clang.
Yeah, I think it's because I'm armor 2. Pierce.
Yeah, should be 2 AR, so you just take 1.
Okay.
All right. At 2 4s, Konrad, despite the distraction of the situation you're in, not only, the feeling of this room, but also you do just see, Nicola almost get his block knocked off. Leslok takes a blow to the head and shrugs it thanks to his Hemlet. But you do think about your religious education. Again, ghosts and shades are not, what's the phrase? They're not like properly undead. They are more like leftovers from people who have died. They're echoes, they're shades, etc. You reach a similar conclusion, Nicola, that normally ghosts are not able to hit people with swords. Normally that would be a monstrous thing. This does not seem to be exactly a monstrum, though. This is indeed a lingering shade. But you are pretty sure that if you, Konrad anyway, understood what was it? Yeah, I think it was Inos who primarily translated the tablets because they were in like old runic alphabet.
Yes.
If you understand what Inos translated Sandraudiga Redmane's kind of like journals or testimonials as, you are pretty sure that this is all that's left of the quote unquote, burning plain, lake of fire that was supposed to be in the Pitchstone Plains, which was sacred to the fire dancers and thus sacred to Phernaxia. So you're in a sacred space, which would probably mean that any lingering shade of Sandraudiga does have some extra cachet, shall we say, to work with, which is also probably where the inherently flaming abilities that are about to be displayed are.
All right.
Is that everybody's sets resolved?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
If I had decided to go for 3 3s instead of 2 9s, I might have been able to do something. I can't remember how parry.
No, you have to. Gobble dice is tricky, but the main thing you got to know is you have to have enough width and height.
Okay.
You gotta they have to actually be enough juice to count. And I rolled crazy good.
Crazy good.
Like again, like I mean, he has a hat, so it wouldn't have mattered. But if I decided to hit Leslok with 4 10s, like that could have killed him straight up. Do you have the extra hitbox in head actually,
Yeah,
Leslok?
I have
think
that.
you do.
Yes, I do. I
Okay,
wouldn't have
so you
gotten-
wouldn't
So
would
it would just
would
been
have
2
been-
killings in my head.
Yeah, no, but you would have been in peril for sure. Anyway, we move to the start of the next declaration round. All of you are aware that if you are within 10 feet of her when we finish resolving, you're going to take 2 area shock damage. Area dice are not reduced by armor normally, so you need to get the fuck out of the way or be like Inos and have a ring that'll roll like 10 dice to not be on fire.
I have a question for the group.
Wait. These aren't reduced by natural AR at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Area dice are not normally reduced by armor.
All right,
Gotcha.
I have a question for all of you. Would you want me to go in the back and just charge my attack for 3 rounds? You want me just to like help you guys fight it?
Sure.
I think Konrad is probably good. Like I think we have enough fighters. If you wanted to shoot, I think that'd be fine. But if you want to try
Do the banishment?
doing the banishment, you can do that as well. I can say for Inos, says he probably will be attacking from here, but like I said, he's going to be attacking with his chains, which how much damage does this fucking do? Hang on 1 second here.
So, sorry. I do have another question, Omega. If I had, say, armor that reduces the damage of sorcery, would that reduce this?
Well, you're asking me the question. No, not necessarily.
Okay.
This is less sorcery, more just hot fire. But yes, my chains only do shock +1, so even if I like do get in there, I don't think Inos will be doing a lot of damage, but he'll be trying to keep her distracted while everyone else does stuff as well.
Do you have the hook blades or no?
Well, no, this isn't.
No, I think you switched it up. Yeah.
This is this is not a how do I want to put this? This is not an enemy to be angry at. This is a challenge.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, Nicola declares first
Yes.
at 2s.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Huh.
What were
Well,
you saying
Well,
about never
you
raising
should
your
consider
fence?
yourself very lucky. I didn't give this NPC profile the ability where you take an unreducible area damage every time you hand-to-hand combat them. You could punch parts of her that aren't on fire.
no, I'm going to cast a spell
Spells.
Okay.
Which
and
is,
then move in closer.
please say the spell.
Sure. Let me get the actual name right. I believe it's Anvil Stance. It's just Anvil Stance.
Oh, he's going for Anvil
Yeah.
Stance. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a fun one.
It's like niftier Iron Flash, kinda.
That was kind of the idea.
It's like not as good defensively, but like good utility and also offense.
All right.
Thank you, Lucky. That was actually starting to make me a little dizzy.
No, that's why I took it out. I was like, man, this is moving real quick.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I like
Okay.
that
That was
area.
sense 2. Sense 3. Logesh and Inos.
Well, sadly, you want to go Lucky first?
Yes, no, I know what I'm doing. So Inos is gonna take his chain in both hands and move to engage with the fiery spirit of what was the name? Redmane?
Yes.
The fiery
There you go.
spirit of Redmane, and he is going to do two attacks.
All right.
Okay. Logesh will, seeing that he did not defend the Marquess, of course, the best defense is a good offense. Let's see here. Hold on.
I'm gonna go. Are you gonna go sicko mode?
I could. I mean, not really. I don't. Which one it is?
No, actually, I don't think black red thirst would be that good.
The Reckless Abandon? No.
I mean, I guess you're doing targeted. Like, I don't know.
I will just go for 2 attacks.
All right.
Keep it simple.
You still got the die, I guess.
Okay. All right. Well, that's gonna make my process a little easier, so let me reread my own. Okay, so we do perform 2 actions per round. So we can do 2 sword attacks or parry sword in the same pool with no multiple action. Do you still have to use the lower pool? So, let's see, how much do we have in that? Okay.
Wait, there's a gift that I need for this. Where is it?
So, I think what we're going to do is, because I got 2 actions, we're already executing the slow, so that's a separate one. So, what we're going to do is... Actually, yeah, I think the math works out on a little better. The pools are a little worse, but both actions are going to be parry, attack, parry, attack.
Oh, okay.
So she's basically going to roll her parry pool twice, but each will be a multiple action with an attack. And we'll see if I get enough sets to do stuff.
Okay.
Son of a bitch.
All right, okay. The 5s.
Konrad is going to move, use his normal movement just to move, but staying out away from the 10-foot
There it is.
reach. You
Okay.
know, where I could see the ground beginning to glow and stuff or whatever.
Yeah. You'll circle around. Got it.
Then, I don't know if this would be multiple actions, but I'm going to reach in, pull out his amulet of Fernaxa that he wears, and shout towards the creature, Sandraudiga, Redmane, we are your kin. We worship Fernaxia.
Okay.
Just see if that has the effect.
You can, and this would not be a multiple action because you get, up to 15 feet of free movement. You can make a command plus inspire roll as your action this turn.
All right.
All right.
I have a
Leslok.
question.
Yeah.
Can I charge? Do I have to? If I'm charging out of a slow action, do I have? Is that my entire action, or can I do the thing I was preparing last round and then start doing the charge up?
So, I believe, and I'm not sure, I may have, gone back and forth on this a little because it's a little unclear. So, when you declare the slow, that's how many rounds have to pass before you can do it. So, you are declaring you're doing the thing, but you do not necessarily have to be, what's the word? You don't have to be doing just that. Like, you can also do other things while you were waiting for your slow to tick up. But just now, I did have her use one of her whole actions to declare the setup to her slow for later. So it would still be an action, and you would take a multiple action penalty. But you aimed, so that would offset it. Because you aren't rolling anything for the slow.
I also get double dice.
Oh yeah, you get to aim 2 for 1. Yeah, so you're still +1 up.
All right. I would like to shoot. I guess I can wait a turn longer. I want to shoot only after if Konrad's thing doesn't do anything.
Can we? I don't think there's a delay.
Let's check the cheat sheet. Where is it?
Like you could roll and I believe choose not to use your set if it's faster than Konrad's set. But I don't know if you can be like, all right, I'm going to hold on to my set until later. Like, I think that would be like an esoteric ability.
We do have a wait thing. Hang on.
Okay, what does it say about waiting?
Hang on, I will post it.
Okay.
Yeah, wait, simple maneuver.
It's your turn to resolve phase. You simply say, I'm waiting. And you can time that to be simultaneous to any other set. Okay, so yeah, so you can... It's just that if you get to the bottom of the turn order, and no other sets are left.
Yeah, because it's like basically if Konrad's thing doesn't work as because the set fails and I don't do anything, I'm fine losing it. It's more of if his thing works and doesn't do anything, I'm going to shoot.
Okay. Yes, then you can do
Okay.
your action and then declare your waiting. All right.
Because I'm fine. I'm fine losing the action if it happens.
Yeah. All right. Is that everybody?
I believe so.
Oops.
Okay. Roll.
I think explore the Pitchstone's planes is my mission. I don't think that gives me a die.
I mean,
give you
she's
die.
stopping you from exploring, so yeah, you can have a die.
I mean, this is part of the. Oh, damn good. Nice one,
Okay,
Nina.
so
Nice
3
one, Nina.
eights. Only
I
8s
forget,
though. No other sets. Okay.
I lose a die while doing declaring
Yes,
a second attack.
Yes.
Jesus.
Okay, but here's the thing: I'm already at 10 dice plus a master dice, so go down to.
So you
just
don't lose
9.
the master die. You're good.
Yes.
Oh,
This is the beauty.
Was I supposed to
Oh.
put MD at the end of mine?
I didn't.
If you have a master die, it's usual so that I know.
Holy
Gotcha.
shit!
I do have a master dice.
Okay, you guys are fucking cooking.
Ooh,
Boy, it's real good you're waiting.
I'm waiting because that's a fucking twin. Otherwise, I guess I could take the 9s if to the 9s
Axel,
instead.
we'll worry about that after everything else.
We resolve it later.
Okay.
I mean, I think he has to say he's waiting first because he's got 4 width.
Yeah, I wait. I wait for after Konrad.
Okay, hold on. Let me look at my sets. So I've got
I was scared
3
for a moment I didn't
8s.
get any said. That was valid.
Yeah, it's a little tricksy, but you've got
I get some
2
sixes.
6s.
6
But
ones and
the
3s.
ones and threes don't work. I have difficulty 3 on everything. I guess the difficulty 3s would work. Never mind.
Yeah, I think it's meets it, but yeah, the 1s would not. So you could do the 3s, but you've got 6s, so there's no concern. Okay, so you say at 410 you're waiting. And I think 310 first.
Yes.
I do also have 4 9s.
Oh, is it 4? Oh, right, you have the master die. That's right. It is 4 9s. Okay.
Yeah. I turned
This
in
is
the middle.
also why, Dallas, I should say, if you're also looking at the screen, some people also posted the sets they rolled
That's true.
as a thing to make it visually easier to get.
Do that
Okay,
today.
all right. Well, let's see. The main thing is that you're casting a spell, so you did multiple actions. So you execute Anvil Stance at 4 9s.
Yes, I throw copper dust into the air and I turn all gray and metally.
Oh, not gray and metally, coppery and metally.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's all
True,
like wait a
copper
minute.
and metally.
Okay, all right. You know, you'd think after running this so long, I would know exactly, but now I have to be absolutely sure about how gobble dice work. And use them on sets that are equal to lower to their own height. Okay. It is, in fact, plainly stated right there. All right, so this means that Enos's 3x10 goes off without a hitch.
Mhm.
So what is your nominal damage?
So with a 3 with a single, these are now the hammer heads, the blunt heads on the chain. They do shock +1, so it'll be 4 shock to the head, and it'll ignore 1 armor.
All right. So she keeps 1 armor because she's got 2 AR everywhere.
Mhm.
So you reduce that by 1 from 4 to 3. And I think that's it. Yeah.
Yep, nope, that's it.
For future reference, especially because I think this will come back in just a second, all damage is converted into shock unless it's magical, but you are using a awakened weapon, so it is magical.
Mhm.
And also, yes, Dallas's first instinct was correct. No damage whatsoever, shock or killing, from fire.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. Oh, I don't have any fire attacks.
All
I don't
right,
think.
okay.
Just picturing one of
So,
those.
and she's got to lose a die from a set.
Where they get a boost if they get hit by a fire attack.
I'm just thinking about like the Final Fantasy. You know, they heal. You see the green numbers, and you're just like, shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you just see the ability name pop up, absorb fire.
You're like, oh no.
Yeah.
God, sorry, my
I can't.
dice pools are so awkward. I have 2 3-wits. I guess we'll lose a die out of the 3s, like the 3 or 2. Yeah, 3 3s.
Mhm.
Lose the 3 3s. So that means that at 2 by 8. Oh boy. Okay.
Bonk.
What's your second set? 3 what's?
Who, me?
6s?
Yes.
Yeah, you.
Yes, 3 6s.
Okay, that's an arm. Sorry, I'm contemplating, because we can block that, or I could set those gobble dice aside to block one of Logesh's attacks at 10.
Do it.
Do it, motherfucker, do it.
Or I could just lash out, you know?
I don't think.
No, I don't actually care about it. I don't actually care about lashing out. Let's parry the 6s. You just hit her. She'll put 3 8 to parry your set. Set aside those gobble dice to parry your set of 3 by 6.
Okay. I got
All
one good
right.
hit in. I'm happy.
And that resolves your 3 6s. Is that all of our 3 wits? Now that I've lost my 3 by 3. Yes, I think so. Okay. And this time we didn't roll any 10s. So, Logesh at 2 by 10. What is your damage normally?
With and shock killing plus 2 killing.
Okay, so it's 2.
2 shock, 4
So that-
killing.
2 shock, 4 killing. So all that killing becomes shock. And then we reduce it by 2. So that's 4.
Yippee!
Damn, no, I should have blocked the 10s. Because that will be it. Yeah, no. Basically, Inos kind of sets up the alley-oop. You know, you get in there fast and hard first. And Sandraudiga brings it up to block. And then, you know, right behind you, Logesh sweeps in. And this also means you guys don't have to worry about getting cooked by fire. And his halberd is just so stonking big. Like, even though you see, like, again, it's not like, because he is using an edged weapon, right? It's not like the ghost gets cut like a person. Like, it's not like she bleeds fire or anything. More like, as you impact, you know, sparks and flames kind of drift off. But it's so much so that despite the fact that, like, she's, you know, wearing full armor that resists and goes through, that Logesh brings a powerful blow, like, right down on the head and kind of, like, brings her down to one knee, you know, all the way to the floor. It's still shock damage, so it's not like a quote-unquote killing blow. Because the other thing somebody could have done is maybe be... whatchamacallit, you know, ignoring certain supernatural defenses. But, like I said, the blazing shade of Sandraudiga, you know, kind of goes down to the ground. And then, after that, I am assuming, Logesh, you're not going to use those 9s to smack again?
That would
It's
just be...
very unnecessary.
Yes, it would unnecessary and rude.
So, Konrad, you know, then he's a little slow. He's being slowed down by something, like he said, acting a little sluggish. But he does manage to pull out his little amulet of Fornaxia and declares. And this kind of, like, if there was any sort of hostile intent in the spirit, it kind of seems to leave her. The ghost doesn't have a mouth and does not speak. Like, there was no, like, you know, challenge or announcement. There was just gestures, but kind of like, you know, falls to a knee, you know, plants a sword in the ground to kind of hold herself up. Yeah, no, it's just a wall of fire. If you're gonna say "and I must scream," all right. The ground swallows up. No, Sandraudiga wraps up Logesh in a bear hug and does a flying suplex into the lava.
I hold up
He's never heard from again.
I hold up a little cardboard sack with a 10 on it.
No, that doesn't happen. That's just in my mind what happens. But yeah, he's gonna drop into the lava. But like I said, she like stops like when Konrad makes this announcement, kind of like pauses and like shakily gets back up to stand. You realize that kind of like now that you smacked into her several times, you know, the extra fire and heat seems to have bled off of her, and now she's like, you know, 5 to 6 feet tall. You know, all the same height as the rest of you, but kind of like, you know, gently inclines her helmeted head to Konrad, inclines it to Logesh, who got the final blow, kind of like, you know, holds up both swords in a salute and like slowly trudges back to the top of the sarcophagus and just kind of lays back on it. And then the fire, you know, kind of turns into sparks and motes and just drifts away, leaving the swords and armor just laying atop the sarcophagus.
Oh,
Yeah, I really thought giving myself 2 actions per round would work out, but I guess I blew my load in the 410s.
We do too
Hit
much
me.
damage.
Your damage is pretty good. No, like I said, I thought with 8D and body plus parry and 2 parries per round.
I think you're just gonna have to start
Okay,
giving. I think you're just gonna have to start giving everything more wound boxes in general, especially if they're
Or
of
just
a very
or-
I didn't. She
Or
was a
also
ghost, so I didn't want to
parries.
give her too much. She had 6 everywhere except torso, which was like 11 or 12. So like
or just
we tried,
or
but
just
you
more
guys are pretty
things.
tough.
Like
Uh,
demonic fire ghost bunnies or something.
Yeah, it wasn't demonic.
I think I think we did a decent job of boxing you out of a few things, but yes, it's okay. I'll keep that in mind.
God, I would have done.
This wasn't really. I mean, I'll say this. This wasn't supposed to be like a lethal challenge.
I don't know. It's not your
You know,
fault. You did
I would've
good.
done-
You did what
it's-
you're supposed
it's
to
a-
do.
Konrad kind of exhales and then goes to check on Aurelia.
Once the supernatural stuff kind of happens, Aurelia kind of stands up. Yeah, I think just
Is anyone
not
hurt?
to be. I make no value judgments when I say this. You guys were looking at the fiery ghost. I think Konrad was the only one who saw exactly what was going on with Aurelia. Like the rest of you were looking at a ghost lady. Konrad, make me a sense plus eerie roll.
Okay.
This room is still very intensely aethered, so. I presume you guys are going to take the tablets and leave. Oh, shitload of 10s. Okay. We're doing all kinds of interesting things tonight. As you like turn back to look at her, you know, you kind of have those moments as the ghost goes to lay back down on the tablet. You catch sight of Aurelia. Like I said, she's kind of like, you know, clutching her temple, like clearly pained by something, you know. On the ground, catching the light, the firelight before it dissipates, you get a brief look at Aurelia's shadow.
Hmm?
And what you first thought was just smoke and heat haze is not that. Aurelia's shadow, for a brief split second, seems like it is up off the ground, covering her body, and then you like blink. You're like, that can't possibly be real. You blink, and it's like back to normal. It's a normal shadow, and Aurelia's kind of like stops clutching her head and kind of like, you know, takes a handkerchief, wipes the sweat off her brow, pants, and kind of like you know, shakily, you know, stands up with Moira's help.
Huh.
Are you okay, Aurelia?
She kind of like blinks and says, "Yes, I think so. I'll be better when we're out of this heat." kind of, Moira probably proffers her like a water skin, and then probably after she takes a sip, hands it to you, Konrad, because you also probably look very heat prostrated.
The very eerie people had fun times.
Conrad will drink some of the water and makes a slight face as it's pretty obvious that he's like having to force himself to keep it down. Like he's feeling nauseous. Ugh. Yeah, I need to get out of here.
I think, the rest of you obviously will go about, what you want to do in a second. But I think, after that, Moira just says, raises her voice a little and turns back to the rest of the group and says, all right, let's get some fresh air. Stuffy in here. And kind of like ushers you and Aurelia out back into the open air outside.
Yeah. Anything else in the chamber?
So, what else are you doing? Other than the ascribed sarcophagi, the murals on the walls, and the workbench with tablets, no.
Well, what is it? Just the tablets on the workbench? Any tools or anything of the sort? Well, you said it was a crucible, I believe. So,
yes, there is kind of a not a like pick-upable crucible, but there is a like stone set crucible where you would make high temperature.
Well, before we start bundling
crucible
all
furnace.
Up, Enos would like to take a quick glance over the tablets to see maybe their general content and what language they may be written in.
Well, they're written in that Norlish script before, so go ahead and roll your Noblesse runic pool.
I'll look at the murals to take it to memory, but also Leslok has 10 eerie because it's 5 + 5, so it's is he just adjusted to all this, or do you not feel any of it?
We're not looking at Aurelia. You did not notice anything specifically going on. This whole place is eerie. You are in an eerie chamber that is, again, to reiterate, clearly not natural. I don't think Leslok knows any more about geology in character than any of the other characters do, but
No.
You're literally 30 feet, maybe 60 feet from the surface. There probably should not be a pool of open lava here. So this whole place is
Cursed.
kind of unnatural.
That is cursed. You are cursed.
Sorry, I meant to say expert die 10 before all that, but I forgot. You were talking.
That's okay. You have the ED, so that's all right. I believe that you do. All right. Yeah. So yeah, no, you can skim them and figure this out. This appears to be more of the tablets in her written. They are a series of records on this, deep reddish clay, very reinforced, that appears to kind of document the history and culture of the fire dancers as she knew it.
Oh. The Temple of 1,000 Candles might like this.
Yeah. I will preamble this. There are no real relics in here. Sandraudiga's armor and weapons are outside the sarcophagus. Like I said, they're kind of laying on top of it. There's nothing particularly special about them other than that they do still, as Leslok can attest, as, again, he is bleeding right now. He has a gash on his head.
I'm going to heal him.
Look at the murals and take the memory, and I guess.
Yep.
So it just Leslok's why is the murals all red? Just blood dripping down his head.
I'll be fine.
Bad time to.
But yes, no.
Brother's taking worse.
It's true. But yes, there's nothing particularly special about the armor she had. It's all, medium or light armor, 2 AR stuff. And then she had a long sword and a short sword.
She
one's bronze, one's iron.
She apparated out of the sarcophagus.
The what?
I don't know if apparated's quite the right word. Like I said, it's more like fire sprung up in the room and then congealed. I did describe it as liquid onto her armor, and then the armor stood up and hit you with a sword.
Okay. No, it's she basically combined her mind with fire to make a fire body. It's Sandraudiga corpse is still in there. or what's left of it.
It's like,
So we should
The
probably
sarcophagus appears to be steel.
leave that alone. Honestly, we probably don't
Yeah,
actually have to take the tablets with us. Like I said, this is technically an archaeological dig. We can probably have Lord Wayland, gather all this stuff up and take it back.
I just, is there any notes on like any
Well, there is. They
specifics in
do
the
say
tablets?
there is history on the fire dancers, but I don't think it's going to be something we're going to be able to decipher immediately right here in the middle of
Gotcha.
our fucking journey.
Yeah, I got like 4 paragraphs of this stuff.
Leslok's just gonna take a snapshot of his mind and like I'll think on it.
Yeah. No, you do not have to hand gather the tablets, but they will be gathered up, I assume.
Yeah, they'll be gathered up, and we'll get the
out into the out.
Yeah. Like I said, this is only a stop on our journey. We cannot, stop to do translations and fucking deep dive on them right now.
Yep.
We can do that when we get back.
Well, I'd really like to read you what's on there, so we don't forget that we got to read what's on them.
Oh, okay.
I know we're eager to get to other stuff, but that fight went by pretty fast.
Yes, but if you say there's a spell on it, Dallas is gonna have it next session.
No.
Well, I would have to put them on the list.
I know.
That's a very unconvincing no.
I mean, there would be that stuff, but it would be quite a few things it would add. So I have to go through the process of adding all of them.
Nicola with a suspiciously mule-shaped outline in their neck.
No, it's the tablets. But the outline is that the writings are kind of divided into roughly 3 parts, and Inos did say he takes the time to kind of like skim them. So the first is that. Actually, no. Let's see. Sorry, I'm checking my own stuff. Would it be? I guess the introduction overall, separate from the 3 parts, is. She prefaces this like the top tablet, right? Is prefaced with, "Yea, I am Sandraudiga Redmane of the Fire Dancers of the 7 Sisters." I was gonna say daughter of so and so, but actually I have that name in here later, but we'll come back to that one. But she recants her family story and basically says. Sorry, I'm trying to think of how to say it. My first instinct was to casually say, "So you're in my tomb. I'm buried here."
There I was in my tomb.
No, the basic writing is Sandraudiga introduces this concept by saying she is documenting the culture of the fire dancers and the history as she knows it because she is of the opinion that the culture of the fire dancers will wane as House Logi is now House Logi and is built up and is at this time very strongly aligned with Dea Tacita, and that their honors and offerings to the Throne of Fire will shift from one about inspiration, wisdom, and she uses the phrase endurance or talks about the metaphor of the crucible a lot, to the methods ascribed by the Torchbearer: investigation, learning, artisanship. She does not have the word technology yet, but she's basically describing the concept that would become technology. And she like puts it in her writing. She doesn't, hate this idea, this change, but she is observing that the shape of the world is changing, and what the fire dancers needed from the gods is different than what the March of Teine needs. But she's done her best to catalog this information in case future generations need it again. Spoilers, you might need it again. So, over the course of the rest of your trip on up, heading towards the Silver Tower and beyond, and you'll have probably at least half a day on a boat. Boats are not necessarily gigafast. Faster than walking, but So, like I said, they're divided into 3 parts. Step 1. The history of the fire dancers pass their story from mother to daughter in dance and song and in their art of painting with pigments and marking the body with ink. According to their history, the first dancer was the follower of the hearth, who was anointed and received the fires of wisdom and set forth to find a land to teach her message, and accrued followers and kin as a result. This Inos lines up roughly with what you recall as the creation myth of the Desert Kith.
Yeah. Pernaxi, walked together and spread knowledge and all that good stuff.
Yes. And anointed her followers with the burning lake.
Yes.
So, the first dancer was dedicated to the ways of the daughter of sun and moon, and along the way she met with the Lobo, the wolf kindred, when the world was young. And her people settled in a deep forest known for its mild winters, cool summers, and deep smoke and fog. It was bordered by a burning plain and the provinces of the Lobo and the oceans beyond. In their original homeland, they hunted. The word she uses is mountain camel. No idea what that could be. They traded for grains, fish, and whale meat and whale oil with their neighbors. They practiced music, dance, and their arts of firewalking and the like as a metaphor for the fires of wisdom and the metaphor of the crucible. Artistry comes and goes like flame. Hardship strengthens the heart and grows wisdom. So, this is, again, very, very typical for Anaxian stuff, the metaphor of the crucible. By overcoming suffering, we can become dedicated to its elimination. The culture of the fire dancers was led by shamans, usually women, but could be men who were able to perform miracles. They could pray for intervention to bring either rain or sun. They could perform healing. They could hunt large numbers of creatures to eat and received visions in dreams. One vision was of a distant calamity, and so the shaman, who in the notes Sandraudiga refers to as grandmother, but it's very hard to tell if she's being literal or just it was a recent enough ancestor that she would say grandmother. But one, great shaman receives a vision and took the people on a pilgrimage across the burning plains. The fire dancers endured 7 years in exile, self-imposed exile, before the goddess freed them from their trial and brought them to the Garden of Three Crowns. In Teine, which is where they ended up, the fire dancers were immediately wise and powerful. Their shamans could still command sun or rain, bring healing, hunt food, or slay monstrum. They quickly adapted to forging bronze and what Sandraudiga refers to as mountain copper, which is an old name for alchemical orichalcum. And use their powers of visions to anticipate enemies. After their trial of the Crucible, their 7 years of exile, the fire dancers are described as being hardier than normal people. They could swim in the cold northern waters to gather shellfish. They slept on the bare ground without blankets. They could go sky-clad, aka naked, in summer or winter, like the mountainkin. So, they were exceptionally tough and hardy. They'd always used obsidians and flints before, so they gathered around what they called the Fields of Glass and the Burning Lake to use them. And then Sandraudiga basically says there were 2 things which made them, take up weapons and develop the arts of war. The first was their fellow man. The crowmen out of the Corbwood were allied with forest dwellers and Mother Tree, so they didn't use iron or fire. Forest dwellers is probably a metaphor or a byname for the Fae, because the forest dwellers were described as being at war with the Longspears tribe who neighbored the plains, and they had iron sand. So the fire dancers allied against the crowmen, the crow-headed men, and the forest dwellers against them. The second reason why they took up weapons is the Fimbulwinter. Winter came colder and darker than natural. It brought icy devils, frost drakes, and frost giants with them. Frost giants whose mere presence stole away heat and light, and obsidian couldn't pierce their icy armor. Only magicked weapons, provided slowly by the Iron Kindred, or eventually Logi's steel, could pierce them. And so next, Sandraudiga describes the functions and purposes of the Burning Lake and its altar. the space you were standing in, I presume you are no longer standing in when this translation is compiled and read, but when you were there, the whole thing is supposed to be a metaphor for the crucible. Sandraudiga doesn't explicitly have the phrase place of power, but she describes it as a sacred space, a location where energy deep beneath the earth transfers to the heavens through the medium of fire. She is describing etherical transition from umbral to astral.
Ooh.
You know, pretty stuff that you can follow along, right, with what you know. It is a place where miracle working can occur and where prayers to the gods can be heard and the divine might reply. You know, it is a conduit to the heavens, so, you know, you do stuff here, it resonates. As an example of miracle working, Sandraudiga describes her mother, who was the shaman chief before Solia Goldenhair, and she says that her mother's name, so also the mother of Solia Goldenhair, was called Asul, clad in all colors.
Of course, she's the rainbow mob.
You know, there's 7 sisters. She's clad in all colors.
I didn't see it before. Damn.
I am getting
but-
goddamn
Girl-
weather
girl.
painters vibes.
A little different, but yeah. Asul was guided by vision to produce strong daughters to fight back against the
these are
Fimbulwinter.
actually
She sought
effective.
alliances and knowledge from many tribes of Norlon, including the Kindreds. And for her 7th child, Solia Goldenhair, she meditated on the altar of the burning lake. A vision of flames came and dwelled in her body and was born as Solia Goldenhair, who was gifted from birth. I won't make you guys roll religion to read this. So nobody's ever really chased this one down, but you guys are pretty sure reading this back, that means that Solia Goldenhair was probably a saint. She was literally sanctified at birth and born attuned. However, Sandraudiga goes on to describe that as the fire dancers dug for obsidian and huddled around it for warmth, the burning lake slowly shrunk in size. And as they relied stronger and stronger on miracles to help them overcome, they began to lose some of their innate protections they seem to have gained from the crucible, the trial. Their study of pyromancy grew more advanced, but fewer and fewer shamans were born each generation inherently gifted. So kind of seeing the drift for why pyromancy as an art kind of died out in Teine. It was a thing that came about, it seems to be, through the fire dancers' special spiritual relationship. But as they turned their knowledge more academic, more technical, they got better at pyromancy, but they had less people born inherently with the gift of pyromancy, and so on. And there's a reason why pyromancy, because it's a subset of alchemia, is still linked with knowledge. But basically, Sandraudiga communicates that it was her wishes to basically seal up what was left of the burning lake under her tomb so that it would be preserved for future generations without needing to worry about people constantly clustering around it doing active, worship and miracle working there. The final phase she describes is not just about their history and their beliefs, but their actions. This does include, several descriptions of pyromancy's arts in detail, like what they were supposed to be doing, but also talks about actual physical techniques of how they do this. One of these includes a description of something we talked about earlier that you guys weren't sure about, Drakenlem, or Dragon's Loam.
Ooh, okay.
So this is a technique she describes, and she says that the tablets that you are reading this on, or originally this was written on, was actually out of it. It's a ceramic technique where clay minerals are mixed, either on purpose or on accident, with dragon's blood. The resulting mixture is capable of being hardened just in the sun, like doesn't need to be kiln fired, but it is tougher than kiln fired ceramics. It is resistant to wear and tear and obviously much more temperature resistant. You can also go 2 and 2 together. I don't think I said it again this session, but in the previous session when describing the walls of the tomb, I said it was a very reddish clay brick.
Yeah.
So you can presume that that's also probably why the tomb is so intact, is because it was also made out of this Drakenlem technique. Unfortunately, It's put in her notes. As the dragon population decreases, it's harder to produce. You can't bleed dragons on clay if there are no dragons.
I guess the weird one is like, where's the dragon that come involved making with Slumber? That was it.
Well, I'm glad you asked. So, this technique was used by Logi Torchbearer to make the Flamebird. And Sandraudiga describes its forging in the tablets. It's semi-legendarily, it's not like a blow-by-blow process that she was there for, but she relates the story as it was explained to her. So, number one, Logi Torchbearer learned the Riddle of Steel from the Throne of Death under the Mountain of Life. In complete darkness, he journeyed armed only with his soul and his will, and, according to the tablets, defeated 108 monsters to enter the Court of the Dead. He returned with a great knowledge and an alliance with the Kindred of Iron and set about solving the Riddle of Steel. Inos specifically, I would say, you probably catch that as everybody talks about it being the Riddle of Steel. It sounds like Dea Tacita did not tell him, hey, here's how you make Crucible Steel. She was like, ponder this, human man. Riddle me this, Batman.
Dea Tacita doesn't give straight answers.
They gave he used Draken Limb instead of metal to make a forge. Okay.
Yeah, no, you base it out of there to Crucible. So anyway, based on what they had going on, Logi Torchbearer partnered with his wife Soleil to produce the Great Blade. They came to the Burning Lake. They used it as a natural heat source. They combined Norlish iron and fueled it with logs soaked in sacred oil from what is described here as trees of stone. They baked the metal in a shell of Drakenlem. Additional heat was added by Soleil's prayers, which you can use as a metaphor for pyromancy, which called forth great storm winds to fan the flames, act as a natural bellows. Once the iron was strengthened into steel, which was used by a technique where you mixed hard white iron steel and softer steels together, similar to the Damascene technique, but not actually incorporating, like, sprinkling demon fire and stuff in there, but kind of a precursor technique. So, they got storm winds to bellow the steel. They mixed different hardnesses together to make it stronger. They hammered it, and Soleil hammered it with her bare hands using the anvil stance, which you know about. So, that's probably why it's called anvil stance. And then they quenched it from holy water gained beneath the earth. While it was being made, Logi gave it the name Flambert and awakened its soul, and they anointed it with their blood and their shared will and soul to awaken the blade. So it is a specially awakened sword, a blade of true flame steel. With a thought or word, it would burst into flame. It illuminated the darkness. It repelled those with wicked souls and could harm Hrimthurs, frost giants. So you know now how Flambert was made. It's a very complicated process. You could probably, or not you specifically, but those of you with Soulcraft could probably take this knowledge and, I don't know, have some sort of spell or something called True Flame Steel. Or True Flame Steel Soul. Which would let you replicate what Flambert is supposed to do. Doing that on the sword that already has that enchantment won't do it. So you still need to go into the desert, presumably, or some other sacred space of Fornaxia and reawaken this blade. But you've kind of figured out how they did it and how it would work, and thus also probably what it will do when the blade is, I won't say repaired, but, reawakened.
Recharged.
Yeah, recharged, or I guess revitalized.
Replace the
Ooh,
battery.
I like revitalized because Vita is life, but yeah, recharged is, it's... Y'all remember how we complained about Breath of the Wild, and you could your Master Sword be a dud, and you gotta plug it back in every once in a while. Yeah. It's like that. You gotta get the cable out.
Honestly, I have the crazy. I just have this silly idea of I now want incendiary rounds, but they're literally just fucking black steel bullets that are always on fire.
Man, I will warn you. Oh god, I don't even. I could post it as a text dump, I guess. The entry for True Flame Steel is long. It would be very time consuming to do that
I guess to make a gun that wouldn't just
per
explode.
bullet. But here, I'll post it to you guys. I'll copy it over to the full later. I'll upload his file. I won't upload his file because that became 2 files. I'll just copy it to the list.
Yeah.
Add it to the list.
I was gonna just paste it in the dump so that people at home could read along, but as like I said, it's long. I'll put it in the list. But yes, that is the not blow by blow, but the full summary of what Sandraudiga's texts are. And like I said, this should add a shitload of pyromancy spells and pyromancy knowledge to your collection, but I won't. That's a long list of things I have to add later, so we'll do that at a later date. What am I looking for? Soulcraft. Actually, no, let's go down one because it's T. Where the fuck are my T's? TR. TR comes after TO. Okay, I've posted it. Where are we at? About an hour 45. Okay. I really need to take a break and refill my water because I'm fucking thirsty.
You just did
Drying out over here. So we'll take a break ski and then you guys will basically be moving into the Fogveil again.
Cool.
Yay.
Yay.
Adventure.
Oakley dokley. So that's just me taking a second to stretch my neck and shoulders. All right. So, you guys will read and catch up on all that information, in due time, process it all. Oh, sorry. Very burpy. And move along. Did I write that down as an actual note here? Yes. Okay. Yes. So before you guys, I said we're going to move on to the Fogveil. I should actually say, before we do that, you guys should at least think about a little about what you want to do with the tomb, because you have unsealed it now. And obviously, if you close the secret latch door, nobody can enter the inner section easily. But you do have the outer section that is full of little, grave goods, trinkets, and lots of information. So you need to think of what you're doing. You can obviously put the door that was on the tomb back and, wax it back up. But that doesn't necessarily mean that somebody else with a pry bar, I believe Iron Crow is the phrase before the crowbar was termed, could come along and, pop it open. I don't think that the general populace of Teine is very grave robby, but you know how it gets. Stories get exaggerated. People see a place that says "Do not enter," and they're like, "Well, I got to look at it."
Well, I think a location like this would probably be under the jurisdiction of probably the Temple of a Thousand Candles. Honestly.
Also, is there like a? I don't know. Is there like a Victorian period version of like a historic landmark?
Well, that's what we
should do with
like.
that.
Honestly, I was mentioning this earlier.
Yes, but that doesn't stop vandals.
No,
Grave robbing is also illegal.
No, but like we probably could make this a place of pilgrimage. But
make a plaque
we would
here.
have to invest, in that, and we probably would want, probably some people to mind the location. Like if we just had like a few like a few priestesses who just made sure that kept the because ideally what I think what would happen is we would keep the lake actually sealed off, and we would just open it maybe like once or twice a year for like viewing and whatnot. Be it like see the sacred space of Hernaxia, the burning lake. Maybe
All I
on
do is Conrad. Just got a joke about Conrad having another cultivation location.
it is another cultivation.
I mean, if you want, you could pray here. Yeah, like it's an important spot. It's a place of power. But yes, no. The outer area of the tomb is full of these like tutelary altars. So you could set this place up to open it as a shrine for pilgrims to leave more conventional offerings to the Seven Sisters because they are culture heroes and sacred ancestors. And as you guys have discovered, at the very least, again, so they got golden hair, probably a saint.
No, we're probably gonna have.
I think that was a genuine miracle that happened.
I think we
We
might
should
have to.
probably-
I think we aren't gonna have to send another letter to the fucking churches. Like, I think one of our ancestors was an actual fucking saint.
Hey guys, I know our sister. I know my sister wasn't a saint, but I think we actually found one this time.
They're super ancient.
So,
Guys, according to this too. Go ahead.
So-
my suggestion is that we can deal maybe with it more thoroughly when we get back. But for now, just what I think Dresden is the nearest city. Just have them dispatch a lamplighter patrol.
I think
Keep
we
an eye on
should.
the area.
I think we should send a letter to. I need to write my fucking cousin's name down. Or no, it's not my cousin. Whoever the hell you have in charge of the church business in our country. The
Like I said,
Archbishop guy.
Well, again, I don't think this is necessarily like
Bishop?
strictly church, like I said, because I think this is with our own. This is culture heroes and stuff. So this would be more of the Temple of 1,000 Candles, which actually has has a bit closer history, much closer to the fire dancers. So we should probably send a letter to them and see if they would like to take charge of the site.
Honestly,
and-
you don't even need to send a letter. You guys would probably be. You probably came here
the
from
way.
Dristain. I doubt you I don't know if you pulled off your train of carriages like mid-trip, to
No.
the Silver Tower to be like, oh, let's look in the tombs. You probably are like, all right, let's pop out for a day trip, and then you pop back, and then you guys can jog down the road and be like, by the way, we're stopping in while we're here. Hey, we found some cultural artifacts.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I
then-
forgot that the 1,000 candle temple was by Dresden. I thought
Yeah.
it was
Yes.
someplace else.
Yeah, that is by Dristain, to remind
and
everybody.
and as long as there is a we probably should also probably get a couple lamplighters in just until everything gets settled down, though, because I'm pretty sure this will be something fairly momentous for the Temple of 1,000 Candles. Literally finding fired one of the Seven Sisters, having a record of fired entries, and confirmation that, maybe that's only going to hear was a saint. Things are going to be crazy over there for a little bit, so they'll probably want a little bit of extra support.
Hello, this
I
is your
also-
problem now. Goodbye.
I also don't like. Are we taking or leaving the tablet that describes the process for, was it Flambert or the other stuff?
We
Like,
can
how-
we can transcribe that on to parchment and stuff.
That's like in his head already. He could just write it down.
the reason why
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying
Just hold up each tablet in front of Leslok for like 5 minutes. He isn't intrinsically able to translate them, but he can put them down into paper later. He is the human photocopy machine.
the
So you can bundle those off with Lord Wayland, because he is
Yeah.
overseeing the excavation, and have them
Yes.
sent back. That's the other thing I wanted to say before we get too off that point. You could also do that with the various grave goods left at the altars previously. You could, carefully bundle those up and send them to your museum or reliquary back in Stonehearth, or give them to the Temple of 1,000 Candles to manage, because those are very old. Some of them are valuable. There are, raw gemstones or various cultural artifacts, jewelry and stuff. Something that would probably be better off if displayed securely, so that nobody gets any ideas in the middle of the night.
I personally say we leave that discussion between Lord Wayland and the Temple of 1,000 Candles. They can figure out which one goes where.
Can I finish?
Okay, go for it.
The reason I bring this all up in the first place is because I suspect that, because we've got a bunch of weird crownless king cultists to worry about, and I worry if they hear or are aware of dragon blood related things, that they're going to try to steal it.
Well, unfortunately, the only person who knows about the Dragon Plus planet are the people who read the thing on the tablet.
Okay, I'm probably just being paranoid then.
Well, if you don't circulate, the tablets are not written in Norlish, so if you don't circulate what the translation is, nobody knows.
Okay. Hands up! I'll pull back.
No.
I mean, I appreciate the concern. I've often talked about how you guys waffle a little on how paranoid you want to be, but this information should not be for the tablets anyway. Should not be for wide consumption.
No. No.
And the knowledge both of Flambert and the Drakenlem, and also all the pyromancy stuff, which I did not describe in detail because that's going to be a big addendum to the sorcery list later. Like that, I assume is not something you're going to post on a giant signpost and be like, "Howdy, y'all! Here's how you cast Fireball."
True flame steel soul.
So,
Yeah, you got one of those in your pocket. You just got to get him back.
So, for right now, like I said, anyone else can. It's like I agree with Konrad. We should probably get a few lamplighters in here to secure the area. We'll we'll leave the situation with Lord Wayland because he knows what he's fucking doing here. I do not.
They should also seal the tomb back up.
Yes, they're already doing that, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so.
But we will basically try to transfer the maintenance and upkeep of this area to the Temple of 1,000 Candles, and we should probably, maybe give them a little bit more funding so they can handle, an additional site. If I remember correctly, the temple is not the most well-funded. I believe a lot of the sisters do a lot of minor alchemy to pay the bills, as it were.
Yes, they are very old, but they are not a very wealthy temple because they previously did not possess fantastical relics or pilgrimage secrets. They were, the local... Sorry, I almost said local church shop. That's not quite right, but they are they were a temple that was founded on, doing things outside of guild work, like manufacturing, candles, performing minor alchemical miracles, etc.
Honestly, actually, if we do get this actually legitimized as like a proper pilgrimage site, it might pay for itself. I don't know. I'm not sure how like that income flow works.
That will take a few years.
We'll pull a roller coaster tycoon and charge them for toilet access.
I mean, not exactly, but like the pilgrimage economy basically was the prototype to modern tourism. Like, you expect that when pilgrims come through, they have to, arrange for room and board, and presumably they, will be buying meals and the like, because even if you have rest houses for travelers on the roads, usually in cities, you only have so much available for free. And if nothing else, rich patrons of your pilgrimage site might, leave some offerings to feel better and keep up the upkeep, etc.
Yeah, no, we probably don't actually have to worry about giving the temple, more cash. Though that probably will flow in, but we should probably give them a little bit of support and personnel, at least until things settle down for them.
Following Konrad's suggestion to forward some local lamplighters to the site to basically act as night watchmen until it's all in order seems like a good idea.
Yeah. Does anyone have any other points or ideas on it?
Nope, I said my piece.
Oh,
I can't think of it.
All right, and I think that's good.
Yeah, I think Konrad's idea is a good one.
Also, by the way, actually, I should say this because we had a lot of exposition, but that was technically kind of happening on the flip, on the run. Konrad, once you actually get up out of the tomb and like back into normal open air, your difficulty is gone. You feel no particular illness or any ill effects.
That's weird.
Which is
bad air.
interesting because I would say this: the way heat fatigue works is if any of you had failed that body plus vigor roll, you would have taken a -1 penalty to body. That does not go away until you've rested for a day.
Oof. Heat exhaustion is real.
Yeah, so like that's important. Also, if you drop to 0 body, you fucking die. But that's a different issue.
Heat stroke is real.
The cookies are metaphorical.
Cookies.
Anyway, you guys are gonna, and this is just my little preview of the rules. You guys are gonna want to keep this in mind. I think you got to roll every like 2 hours. You're out in high heat without protection, so make sure you pack your parasols when you go to the desert later.
Nicola, what can you make? Never melt ice.
Sadly, no. The ice does melt.
Also, I can repeatedly
Wait a
hit
second.
you in the head with Nova Glacius every 2 minutes. I don't know if it'd help, but it'd be funny.
What do you mean never melt ice melts?
Nicola does actually know Wind Witchery. One of those minor like cantrip type spells is to just give yourself the equivalent of those little wearable fans.
Yeah, no, I don't have to worry about it at all. It's funny.
I think you can only cast it on yourself, though. Yes.
Yes, it's only self.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I guess then the question is like, you guys are gonna head on out further. Let's see, we're talking about Prince, we're talking about Tristan, talk about the anvil. So yeah, next would be your quote unquote stop in Silver Tower, and then eventually you're going to get on a boat.
On a boat.
The Silver Tower obviously is of course a major site for the tour because it is, kind of a modern marvel. You've got the Iron Pillar Manor, Gridarvol's Garden, the tower itself, marvels of engineering, cultural touchstones of Teine. They have huge collections of records and art. I believe you did note this, Lucky, already, but yeah, I did write out Anchor of the Soul, and I did actually copy that over to the list. So if Inos is around to take, like an afternoon while like the royal family are being shown up and down the tower and the like, and actually chat with
Yes.
Master Ritva and stuff, like you can basically be like, hey, I brought this sword back. Somebody just, called its name and it jumped up out of its coffin, and they're just like, all right, hold on, wait a minute, that's cheating.
Yes, but Inos would do that. Inos would also like to take a moment to check in on with Aurelia and Konrad. He probably did not see them going down, but probably heard or gathered that they might have not been feeling the bestest in the tombness. So he would like to. Damn it!
All right.
But I would like
I
to.
don't know why that got me.
I think, Aaron, did you say earlier Conrad would take a second to speak to Inos also? Am I crazy?
Yeah, it was going to be after he tried to get some answers out of Aurelia, though.
Mm.
So probably
Okay.
on our way to Silver Tower, Connor would ask what happened to her, like in more details than just like, oh, whatever bullshit answer she might give originally at the very beginning.
Yeah. Then I will relay this story once, since you're both going to ask about it just at different times. So Aurelia describes separately that she's not exactly sure what happened. Basically, when she went into the tomb, she felt fine. She did not seem to immediately feel that, like, the same heat that you guys did, right? She did not have to make the body plus vigor roll. But when the ghost appeared, how would she describe it? She just suddenly felt drained, I guess, like all of that, the kind of like heat and stagnant air kind of like all hit her at once, kind of robbed her of her strength. And how would she describe it? She would just say that it felt like a moment where sorry, I'm thinking of how to describe it without like, because Aurelia doesn't magically know what's going on with her, so I'm choosy with my words. Is like, what would it have felt like? I guess she would say that it's not that she was compelled, but she suddenly got a sense. She got a instinctive sort of feeling that now my what I want to say is that she shouldn't interfere. I don't know if that says too much or too little, but I guess that's the word that pops into my head, and so that's how Aurelia would say it. So she basically like felt that she first had no heat exhaustion reaction at all. She felt all of that kind of like suddenly come welling up, and kind of just got a sense that like not that she shouldn't be there, but that she shouldn't intervene. Which also, out of character, conveniently meant that she and Moira didn't have to get in the fight.
We don't say that part out loud.
That's why I said it in a weird way. That was just to you, the players and
No.
listeners.
When Inos talks to Konrad, Konrad explains that it was something about that last chamber. Just I felt fine going into the rest of the tomb, but once I got in there, I felt just awful. And it seemed to go away once I left the tomb. Also, kind of like, I mean, the closest thing to it is when I got too close to that explosion back during the attack. But I did also, I don't think Aurelia noticed it, but I could have sworn I saw her shadow overlaid on top of her.
See someone.
Omega, would I have any sort of frame of reference for what that kind of be, like rolling like sorcery, religion?
You can roll your knowledge religion and see if you can pick up on anything.
I will do that.
I'm so glad what I said didn't get noticed.
8.
Many such cases. 8s. So you don't have any specific frame of reference for what exactly that could be. You do know that in your own religion, your own faith, Dea Tacita is the queen of the umbral. She is, supposed to be shadow, both in the sense of like the shadow that is cast between a light, when you occlude light, you produce a shadow, but also the absence of light. So she is associated with shadow, but not necessarily directly, though if you have any sneaking suspicions about that Hammerlund guy, who could swim through shadow, is what Moira said, maybe there's some more to that relationship to shadow that your people don't necessarily call on that aspect of Dea Tacita, because it's kind of a weird thing where, like, I've been thinking about it. The Iron Demons know, obviously, like, what a shadow is, right? They understand the concept of the absence of light.
Well, we live
but it doesn't affect them. You guys have dark sight. You live underground. Like, you don't need light to see.
No.
So
we understand darkness more than we understand, shadow.
Yeah, so like you understand the absence of light that Dea Tacita represents, but she is also associated with that aspect of, blocking, occluding, shadowing light. But you don't really have a spiritual frame of reference for that. But there are probably a lot of metaphors and like, fancy philosophical language about, a person's shadow. Every person has a shadow, assuming that, the sun is not in a position to hide them.
True self.
I heard you.
Thank you.
Something about, but also something about, like at high noon in the desert, there aren't any shadows. But normally, people got shadows. When they're above ground, Iron Demons, you guys don't hang out with shadows all the time. When there's no light at all, there's also no shadow. So, like, in a sense, there's a lot of, I would say, unexplored territory here for Inos, but you understand that there should be a relationship between Dea Tacita and the shadow, but you are not personally familiar with it. So it does seem odd, unusual, like it is a sort of interference. Obviously you said you would talk to Konrad after talking to Aurelia, so you heard her account of events that, like I said, she felt fine, and then she felt like if she was, quote unquote, protected or shielded from the heat, she felt that kind of effect suddenly leave her, and then she just felt like she should not interfere in whatever was going on there. Konrad says later that her shadow seemed like it was physically rising up over her.
Inos is going to, take a moment and think about that, and it's all like...
No, I don't think any of you have actually been on hand to see her shadow behaving oddly.
No, but I do think Aurelia did talk about seeing... Like, about...
She did describe her waking dream, I guess
Yeah.
we'll call it, from
Yeah.
the Corbwood incident.
Yeah.
Like she appeared to cross over into the dreamland and, saw some stuff there.
Yeah. But Enos will, like, rub his chin and be like, Aurelia might have a stronger connection to our grandest mother than one may think. I don't have anything to base that on, oftenly, except a few incidents. It's like, Enos will kind of shrug. It's all like, our grandest mother handles all things in the dark. That includes shadows. So if something is happening with Aurelia's shadows, I would most certainly attribute it with her, especially if it seemed to be protecting her, as you said.
I couldn't tell. She described it as it not wanting her to get involved or something. It definitely caused her to stay out of the fight.
It's like, well, honestly, when you think about it, I don't think that necessarily was Aurelia's battle to fight. Like I said, that was a sacred place of Fornaxia, if I'm not mistaken, which more aligns with, well, you in the Marquess. I would not say that Aurelia denies the fire. Denies the fire the fire in her blood. But she is equal parts steel and shadow.
That is fair. Well, no matter what, I'll keep my eye out, see if it happens again. I'll let you know.
I appreciate it, Konrad.
Most annoyed by what happened to me, though. I mean, I've been in the forge most of my life. I shouldn't have been affected like that. I don't know what's going on.
I presume we might not remember, but I presume Comrade did pass his body plus vigor check against volcanic gas the first time through the Shadow Pass.
Yes.
Yes or no? You wouldn't. You've also been exposed to volcanic fumes before, and were able to tank it.
No, we did not have the what's the damn thing called? The ethometer? The fucking astrolabe. Aetherlabe, thank you. And it's like we didn't have the Aetherlabe on us, but I do have to assume that place was probably chock full of fire mana. Did you maybe suddenly get a sensitivity to fire mana? Or fire ether?
I don't know. I mean, as I said, the only time I felt this way was after that one cultist blew themselves up when I was shielding Illyria.
No, Enos thinks on this for a moment as well. It's like, I don't know. In our history, do we have like a history of like sorcery related illnesses or complications?
I could ask.
Sorcery related complications, I think, would be yes. There are you, Enos, as a sorcerer would know. There is a history of ways you can fuck up magic cast on yourself or others that can leave permanent harm if you do it bad enough. Illness, while you might be able to use sorcery to mimic the effects of illness, infirmity, or even poison, what's the word? A chronic sorcery related condition, like a recurring sorcery related condition, is unusual.
Okay. Then no, Enos probably doesn't have any really good ideas. Oh, honestly, what would we do?
I mean, Inos won't like it because he's still having his thing. This is probably a question for Nicola, your doctor sorcerer.
Yeah, no. Enos would probably say, unfortunately, this might, like, ugh. Inos, kind of huffs and says, well, nothing in my mind sticks out, but if it's something that's causing troubles for your body, you may wish to go speak to Nicola about it. He is schooled in both healing and sorcery of various types. He might know something more. He might know something that might be able to pinpoint a cause better than I.
All right. Yeah, I'll definitely ask him sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm. But I think that's enough of that scene.
Yeah.
Then, last call for anything you want to make sure you put in your bags or any other, do you have something really expensive we want to make sure we shop for before we skedaddle on out of here?
God,
You are once again leaving the building. And by building, I mean the country.
So just to make sure, we did, make sure to pack, relief supplies for the Fogveil, and that's why we're putting it on. Okay.
Yes, I have noted that in multiple places.
Okay, good.
I can't. If I missed something, it's
You,
because I
you've
entirely
brought some
forgot.
stuff.
Okay.
Jinx.
All right.
I have a weird conversation I need to do with Aren after session, but that's another.
But okay.
Konrad would just be kind of making sure his, as he would call it, Fogveil kit is all in good shape.
Yep.
This requires anything that
going
we
to
might
be-
need to survive the weather and all that stuff. So
I'm going to be making sure everyone is healed up for the journey.
All right. Well, you can actually make your no+ healing roll on Leslok. It will be several days. He can get see about getting his shock or his
I have
killing
one-
converted to shock.
I have one killing in torso and one in head, and I have
Torso.
shock.
Yeah, where the hell did you get the killing in your torso?
I don't know. I just have one killing. I have one killing in my shock and torso.
Is it still left over from getting shot with the arrow? Was that two?
You never take it off? No, I healed you from that. Because that's what caused that freaking argument.
I don't remember. I just have it
Yep.
here. It's like
it might have
did.
been it might have been converted to shock, and you never took it off. So
all right. Well, I guess I'll go.
Regardless, your killing is now. You're killing both.
Your head killing becomes a shock.
So does that stomach killing, which I am now canonically saying is from Leslok accidentally stabbing himself while he's asleep.
No.
I'm gonna fucking kick you.
You can't remember where it's from.
This is why note taking is important, but
He got
I
so
think
many things that he cut out.
I'm
Whatever.
sorry. It's very funny
I'm
for
just-
lots to say that and make me
That's
think about
fair.
it. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Doesn't
And all
matter.
the other shots
Um,
go away because the scene earlier.
You convert your brain pan to killing eventually. The shock in your hand would go away basically after that encounter.
Yeah.
You can roll body plus vigor to heal your shock.
I'd be fine just waiting a day. It's only one.
I mean, you don't get it back for free. You have to
Oh,
roll
okay.
after you sleep.
Oh, okay.
Like, obviously, you heal your total half of your total shock after you do like an encounter, but that doesn't happen like narratively for other purposes.
Fives.
Fives, you're fine. Okay, you by the time you go to the Fogveil, you sleep it off. You've got a notch in your eyebrow now.
Dashing.
But otherwise, it seems to have healed up. With relatively minimal scarring. Nicola did a great job, and you can get
As
like
always.
your stitches out before you even go back. Obviously, like most head wounds, it looked way worse than it was. But all right, you should be good to go. And yes, you can also take care of the torso one because again, I don't know where that's from. That was probably where you got shot with an arrow, and we just didn't bookkeep it right.
I don't remember because it's like I don't remember having torso damage at the beginning of the session, so I don't know if I fucking just put it back.
Well, you did get shot with
Maybe
an
you
arrow.
accidentally put it in the wrong box.
But that was like weeks ago. Prior to off.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. It's like we probably just didn't book. There's a lot of stuff going on in this session, so we probably didn't book
I only
it
remember
right.
having because it's like I remember having 0 and nothing except the shock in my left hand.
What? Yeah, I don't know. You might also have accidentally wrote damage in the wrong box earlier. We don't need to worry about it.
Does anyone else have damage? or forever hold your
Well,
peace.
how quickly does shock heal? I have to roll for it, right? Just
Yes,
sleeping it off.
but every night you get a good night's sleep, you can roll vigor to heal.
Hang on one
Width
second.
and shock, I think.
1 second, please.
Actually, fuck it, while he's rolling, I can look it up. I got the book open.
Because I do have one
Chapter
shock left over,
6.
but we've been traveling for
Combatants.
several days. I feel like it probably would have healed by now.
Also, I guess from 2.
Konrad is not injured, but it's up to you, Dallas, whenever you want to do have Nicola examine Konrad.
I'll do that before we leave. It's better to know just like, because I mean, it's probably not, but it could just be some completely unrelated condition. So, what role would I need to do that? Would it be student of medicine? Would it be healing, or would it be student of sorcery?
Well, it depends on what you want to do first. Do you
Let's
want
do
to medically
healing first, 'cause
diagnose?
That's my,
Okay.
let's do healing first because that's my best pool.
Yeah, so roll knowledge plus healing. Also, yes, it's width in shock points after a body
So
plus figure roll. So
That's
Would
why...
height or width matter more?
height, I believe, is what you want more.
Okay, so 2 10s.
All right, with 2 10s, you can say confidently, currently, you do a pretty thorough, give him a little physical, do a little diagnostic before you go out on a mission. Nicola, you are reasonably certain that at this point, there's nothing physically wrong with Konrad. He does not appear to display any physical symptoms of anything.
I mean, he's a genetic freak, but that's different.
So are you. Like at this point, like we're all,
That's
we're
very true.
all a little larger than life.
That's
So,
the
like,
person
yeah.
who's taller than Konrad,
Yeah,
but lanky as hell.
but yeah,
It's
like
true.
willowy.
I got
yeah,
that.
so,
I got that Ryuk type build.
What did I just come back to?
Conrad's
Thank
nothing
you.
wrong with Konrad. It's all probably in his head or spiritual.
Nice.
Well, no, I have more diagnosis.
Okay.
He is
But
sitting
yes,
down.
no,
I'm doing
healing-wise,
magical diagnosis.
medically, there does not
Man,
appear to be anything physically wrong with him at this time. That's not to say that something wasn't wrong with him earlier, but doesn't seem like. So that's your student of sorcery?
Yeah, that's 3 7s.
All right. So you can scratch off a bunch more stuff with a successful student sorcery roll. It does not appear that Konrad is showing any obvious signs of being cursed. It's not like he's got a lingering curse upon him or anything. So he's not currently debuffed. That said, it does sound like, based on the symptoms he described, and I assume that, Nicola's, taking his word for it, that he's not a liar. It does sound like there is something spiritually wrong with Konrad. You're not sure exactly, like, it's happened twice so far, so you can't really build a table of symptoms out, like you don't know what necessarily the cause is, but it does sound like there's something going on with Konrad, starting roughly from the time he was in close proximity to a suicide bomb, that something is going on with his natural, I almost said balance of humors. No, it's not you. The alchemy may use the whatchamacallit. Alchemy may use the humors as like a metaphor, but it's not literal anymore, I think. But you know about the balance of the elements and the mind, body, soul. So it sounds like there might be something going on in his soul bits, which is affecting his mind and body bits. Now, what exactly the trigger is, like I said, with 7s, you don't know. With just having it happen twice. It happened. Generally, it seems to be happening when Konrad is exposed to intense aether. But, you don't know the exact breadth of it. But yes, it does seem like he's cataloging something. Unfortunately, without, him having, I guess, an attack, it's a little hard for you to tell with your knowledge of sorcery. But like I said, you're pretty sure he's not cursed. He hasn't drank a bad potion. But it does sound like there's something disrupted with his spiritual makeup, his aether meridians.
I will relay that information.
I will also say, since you did just also pass a student of sorcery roll, I'm I feel like Leslok would have brought it up in casual conversation. Axe saying it in the text chat. I think you would know that Leslok has a spell to sense like poison and conventional disease like directly. It's a Valor thing he can do.
Also, magical diseases and poisons.
That's true. Like I said,
Hold on.
Nico's reasonably certain that he's not cursed, not suffering from a magically inflicted thing, but you do know that Leslok, because you rolled on a sorcery roll, you know Leslok can just give you a test.
Yeah, you might want to go
Technical
see Leslok. He can see things with his weird ass eyes that I can't.
Well, yeah, I can see stuff with my eyes that you can't see sometimes too.
Hey,
Konrad is saying this jokingly and like slaps you on the shoulder.
My reply is, "Hey, the truth is hurtful."
I always imagine Nicola with the thickest ass glasses that he doesn't. It's always so low in his face. He doesn't actually look
he
through
doesn't
them.
have any glasses. He has a perfectly average sight. It's just everyone in this family has fucking magical eyes.
I do. Konrad just has a magical senses. Just a bit...
I mean, he's still good.
Hey, I very specifically
Oh, is that
got
Konrad?
perception 5 after
Sorry.
the Cyclops zapped me in the head. So
Yeah.
That is entirely fair. If I were attacked by a ninja Cyclops, I would do that too.
So
Also,
Konrad will
blasted
go
face.
visit Leslok.
All right, you
And
can
explain what's going
now
on.
roll. Sense the miasma.
All right. It's all right. So I have a master die, and it's intensity 1. So do I even have to roll?
Yes, because
Does the width or height matter?
Actually, it is about equal to height. So that's for a minute.
So you may want to roll just to check how long you can do it for, but
9.
then yes. So that is sorry.
Crush a fistful of herbs.
Delicious herbs.
I just think I have a fucking bag full of like every herb local.
Yeah, if they're non-specific herbs, but yes. Okay, so so for a number of minutes, you can see anyone in eyesight suffering from a disease or has been poisoned. You can see miasma coming from poisoned food or drink, foul water, etc. Works on magical disease, but doesn't detect a person suffering from penalties such as thirst or starvation. So to your eyes. Oh, actually, I think this is a good question. This is probably a technical
Would there
question.
be a version that like has to be like?
Would
Would there be one that do like we actually see etheric flow?
Maybe not. Maybe that's a different thing. Maybe that's somebody else's purview. But I think this is a question to Aren. I don't think I mentioned it before. We're discussing a thing that's going on. We're doing
has your
DM
soul
stuff.
been tainted or destabilized kind of thing, or is it more of magic
Like-
equals evil kind of thing?
Yes. So it is. Do you think to a spell that detects disease and poison, would this register as ill or poisoned?
I don't think so.
Yeah, because like I said, it does. I also would agree. I just wanted to ask your opinion because this is coming from your angle. I think that this is probably similar to the idea we talked about. Like I just mentioned, it does not detect if they're starvation or thirst. Like there's something unbalanced about Konrad, but it is not actually a disease or illness. So Leslok, you cast it, you look at him, and you are reasonably certain there's nothing that triggers no visible miasma over Konrad.
Is there also anything to do in Veilcraft or let me detect? Let me see if he's cursed. Would there be a thing for that? Because
What the shit? I mean, you should be able to see if he's cursed. I mean, like, you can also just roll your knowledge sorcery. Like, Nicola was pretty sure he wasn't cursed.
All right. Can I actually
You can
do
roll
Eerie
knowledge
just to
sorcery.
get a feel of like actually if there's just something off about his aura?
I'm gonna be real, man.
No.
No.
I
Go
feel
on.
like we're staying a bit over long on this subject.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Axe is trying to run through all of his problem-solving tools. I will say no to Eerie because for the same reason I said some stuff to Dallas earlier. Konrad is not currently experiencing an attack.
Yeah.
So
right, we'll move on
there would be nothing to sense with Eerie. You can roll your sorcery pool to come to the same conclusion, but Nicola thinks he's not cursed. So yeah,
That's
your opinionated is that he's not a corsair.
Let's.
Okay.
Right.
So, you guys are going to bundle onto a boat. You have your stuff. Everybody's healing. You know that something is going on with Konrad, but you don't know what it is exactly. You'll file that next to all the other people who have things going on with them.
I don't have anything
It
going
seems
on
to be
with me.
going around.
Yeah, high five.
Enos has always had something
Yet.
going on with him.
I'll get you next time, Gadget.
Besides, I think besides being the leader.
To be fair, Logesh is correct. There's nothing going on with him. I blew up the thing that was going on with him. I have to give him a new thing.
Funnily enough, I think besides being the head of the nation, I think I literally have nothing else going on in a weird way.
But no.
What the fuck?
You've got a weird thing going on with
we're not gonna...
guy. You've got a magic mirror I need to bother you about, but
Oh,
we're trying not to slow roll right now.
I fucked with that. Sorry.
You also got a magic sword you're
blah,
trying to
blah,
get
blah.
solved, and has kicked off a whole chain of events to get it done. Keep your filthy mouth shut.
Sorry, I was thinking about something that was making my life, ruining my life, kind of thing. Sorry.
Yeah, it's true. I don't have a malicious force shadow upon you other than your dad is assassinated you, but everybody had that problem. Anyway, you're going on the boat. On the boat, you're loading some supplies. The thing we've described, we've talked about before, is because the broader relief supplies won't be arriving until later, like Cheval's big shipment won't probably be arriving until like the fall season. The high houses have made some small donations from some of the goods their merchants brought to the summer court that didn't sell along. Ooh, sorry, excuse me. Burped in the middle of that. Along with some unsold items from your own merchants, mostly textiles, items like gloves or boots or like belts or shirts, which didn't sell for some reason. Either, the quality was a little too low or the just bad sizing. Like they were, here's our smallest boots or our biggest boots kind of a thing. You couldn't sell them all. Staples like bags, satchels, and the likes. And the
excuse me.
Food donations that you guys are talking about is probably seasonal foods that won't last until winter without preservation. So you might as well donate them now because they've got to get used up anyway.
Yeah.
So, uncasked wine or beer, if you've tapped the keg or the cask. Dried fruits and vegetables won't last forever. Even smoked meat, won't last forever unless stored properly. So, before you get to the salting phase. Also, common wares that your merchants would donate if asked, the stuff they've got loads and loads of, lots and lots of tin mugs, lots and lots of simple, terracotta plates, that kind of stuff. A few extra iron tools, not quite as extensive as some of the examples you brought last time, but, a few things you've got going around. And like I said, a small sample of these could have been entrusted to Niall and a couple of King's couriers escorting him to show his examples, but the bulk you're going to load on the boat to the windlass. You're going to take the windlass because it's Captain Naitana's boat. She was the one who knows the routes, and also the windlass is a flute-type hull, so it is designed with a very, very big cargo hold.
Yeah.
Yippee.
Yeah.
So you throw all that stuff in there, and you go on in. So first, a small note, but then I think we'll probably go to do the Shadow Pass Dragon scene. But first, you do sail back into Svardis, the Black Mist Bay.
Yeah.
You can see the docks and quays that the windlass docked at are still intact, so you can park exactly where you left.
Woo! We back.
You guys can see the long pier that was used by the Foxhound, and in fact, being, when the sea is clear, which admittedly it's deep summer heading on towards fall, so it is very often foggy or rainy during the height of the day. But, there will be points where the sun might actually poke through, and you can see it. The wreck. Sorry, my brain ran through the Rolodex of words there to find the correct one. The wreck of the Foxhound is, at the bottom of the bay. And honestly, because you just blew out the bottom of the hull with gunpowder and extra explosives and let her sink gently.
And alcohol.
Yeah. You just breached it and let water fill in. like probably the tips of her mast and rigging are like still like partially poking up, slowly rotting away out of the top. So you're probably going to need to dredge that wreck out before you can use that pier again.
Makes sense.
You know, the bay was made deep enough so that big boats can park there. It's not, you know, so deep right next to the coastline that you can, you know, sink a whole ass big boat and leave it there. But you guys, you know, depart. You decamp, and you find in Svartis, kind of waiting for you because you know you sent Niall on ahead. Is Fiona McIntosh and her band of Vanguard.
Oh, cool.
They have popped in to pick up Niall and actually like scout the area. Fiona will tell you basically that, you know, they got your message.
Cool.
The drum rolls have been sent, and it was decided that representatives of the 5 sanctuaries would come here to meet you.
Yay.
Yippee!
I presume that either you told, actually no, Neil was there for all of it, so he would convey. So Fiona will let you know that she understands the bare bones of the idea. Leslok is the viceroy now. He has been appointed by the High King to oversee the, she wouldn't call it the Fogveil problem, but we'll say the Fogveil problem to keep it short. You know,
Circumstances of the Fogveil.
yes, the circumstances, you know, to oversee their issues and to aid them in kind of coming together to solve their problems. Separately than any beliefs about the prophecy.
The prophecy.
Prophecy.
Guitar sting. Fiona is like perfectly polite. Honestly, probably even a little more respectful than she was to you guys, to the royal family you have brought. It's not like a lot of like formal etiquette and bowing though, but like, you know, she understands the import of the people you've brought along.
You know, she's not, you
It's
know,
just,
spitting
you know,
into the grass and stuff.
Yeah. Like there is though, like the free folk don't have the same, you know, rules of courtesy.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, she probably like her formal greeting is probably to offer, you know, ye old handshake style, you know, the forearm clasp, because the forearm clasp is a technique by which you illustrate, I don't have a weapon hand. You can't use your weapon hand. We clasp forearms. Okay, we're cool. No weapons here.
That's when you just grab their forearm and crush, and you're like, my hand is my weapon.
Yeah. You have to be careful with Fiona. She's a rune crafter, so she has a decent body pool. But to smooth over your meeting on her end, she has arranged some goodwill, you know, out of respect for Neil's operation and to help build relations. First of all, she basically straight up explains that her men have been diving in the bay and they've managed to recover about a dozen of the Foxhound's cannon.
Ooh.
It was a 36 gun, so that's only about a third, but still, you know, 12 is better than none. And examining them rudimentarily, they seem like they haven't been, you know, fouled beyond all use. They will need a thorough cleaning, which you need to do after using them anyway, but they were, you know, not in the ocean so long that they have completely, you know, like corroded away, because they are naval cannons, so they were, you know, designed to be operating in some of these environments.
Yeah, probably just gonna score some rust on them and put a new coating over them. They'll be fine.
Yeah. Get out the giant Q-tip.
Scratch out the serial number.
No, if they had serial numbers, they would already be scratched out. But hey, guess where these cannons are from? These were made in Crag and Teine foundries. These cannons are probably were stolen.
You know, just hand on hips. Wait a minute.
Yeah, no, like this is locally forged cannon.
What's that thing, Omega? I'm gonna steal it back.
Yeah.
God,
also, from the pirates they killed, they've piled up, you know, maybe several dozen, maybe even 3 digits of weapons, cutlasses, sabers, knives, pistols, etc. as Fiona has explained previously, but she will relate to you guys as well. The free folk do not take lost weapons. If you guys believe that these pirates were not particularly, honorable and decent foes, which Fiona kind of thinks that, their process is they'll take them back to the Hidden Valley, throw them in their forge, have them all melted down to make new blades, shields, tools. Like, that's what they do when they hate your guts. They do not take your weapon. They will take the metal and break it down and turn it into something new.
I mean, I have no...
So,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, if you guys have no objections.
I have no objections.
Nope.
Do it.
All right,
Well, maybe
so
not the
they'll bundle
pistols.
that up and basically... Yeah, if you'll take the firearms, they don't have a lot of use for that. And then she's like, speaking of that, in the keep, the old keep where you're returning,
The treasure.
first of all, they have like 3 or 4 before the treasure. They have like 3 or 4 barrels of fire sand that they don't know what to do with.
Oh, Jesus.
Like in the armory lockup. Like, remember the pirates had barrels of fire sand to fuel their pistols and guns because they couldn't use the ship's supply. So they have a lot of fire sand, which was stored in a dry place, so it is not inert. And again, Fiona would mention actually probably that it's her aunt is probably the representative of Irontown that's coming down. So like she understands the operation of the handgun with 2 ends. But personally doesn't use them, and she doesn't know if the barrels would survive a trip all the way back to Irontown. So it's like, what do you want to do with them? Like, Neil talked about your plans to refurbish this keep in Svartus and use it as a base. So I don't know. Do you want to keep it here to fuel those cannons? It's not as stable as Demon Fire, but it's not nothing. Alternatively, if you want to donate them 4 barrels of fire sand, I'm sure they can find something funny to do with it later.
Honestly, well, no. What does the Marquess want to do with it? I will not say what I want to do with it.
God, I was just like, the simpler option's probably the better one here.
Which one's the simple one, man?
not
There's 2
to-
simple options, though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I want to say, technically, there is an even simpler option. It is fire sand. If you truly don't know what to do with it and would like it to no longer exist, you can just throw it in the ocean. Fire
let's
sand becomes
not do
instantly
that.
inert when wet.
No, let's.
That is the worst option.
I'd rather
Yeah,
just give it. I'd rather give it to the people of Fogveil then.
All right, cool. We donate it.
All right.
Hey, I can use it
Well,
immediately.
to get it out, they got to pop the armory. Hey, Inos, guess what?
What?
The locks are not broken yet.
Mine.
Oh, the money's still there.
Yes. Oop. Sorry, my document tabbed over for some reason. Yeah. So, there's still the wealth 6 of their payroll that's still in there. Fiona says basically, that originally, I was thinking I'd have my men wrench the bars, but I thought we'd wait until you got here. So, hey, speaking of wrenching the bars, would anybody like to take a crack at prying open the armory?
What would that be?
Body plus athletics.
Fuck it. If no one else wants to do it, I'll do it.
I mean, I can do it. I'm just gonna wreck the fucking doors to do it. So if anyone wants to try it, normally,
I'll help.
Roll
Help.
the.
yeah.
All right, both of you roll body plus athletics.
Ooh.
I was gonna make a crack about using the Iron Crow. The both of you rolled 10s. I don't think you need it. I think
No,
You
know-
both roll 3. You
Konrad
both
is
roll 3
using-
D10. 3 10s. Jesus.
he's using me as the.
No, it's literally one of you is on one side, the other's on the other side, and you just go.
Yeah, no, I think you both just grab the side of this iron grated door and just lift, pop. The hinges just pop right off. The thing probably weighs tens, dozens of pounds of, wrought iron, and you're just like, nah, don't care. Pop it off the hinges, pop the padlock off the latch, with just raw muscle power and set it to the side. Not even really struggling. Like, just, you give it the old yoinky spoinky and it's donezo. But donezo in a way that you guys could also, like Konrad being a blacksmith, you can literally just remake the hinges and make a new padlock and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Like,
Set aside.
Okay, so I was making the joke about mine, but what do people actually want to do with this?
yeah, there's wealth 6 in pirate booty.
6 in pirate.
I mean, okay. One, I don't think the money will do anything to Fogveil people, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, the
Okay.
Fogveil probably does not have quote unquote need for this money right now. They are not a currency based society. They live on barter and goodwill, which is good and noble. That being said, this is 6 wealth. Like I said, I would take it and probably spend it into experience so I can buy even more spells. Because I want more spells. But there are alternate things we can do for this. One, we could just sink this directly into the rebuilding of Svardasport. Like I said, this will be like 6 wealth. That's true.
Yeah, it's wealth 6. Hold on, wait, I have a stat for that.
Yeah.
2 points of treasure.
Yes, actually, exactly. I don't remember if I intended this way because I wrote these 2 notes at separate points. But you guys are planning on asking the free folk basically to lease the fort here, the territory of Svardasport and the 2 watch and their watch fort. Totaling all that up, the fair price to lease, 2 fixer upper forts would probably be between wealth 5 and 6 or treasure 2. So like you could take ownership of the money because it's not in a format that the free folk use, and then at the meeting you could basically turn around and be like, explain the economic value of the money and be like, hey, this would be the fair price for the stuff we want. You take it now and you can spend it however you like in the future.
It saves us having also probably just giving him the loan of money too, maybe.
Well, we could probably still give them a loan of money because, like I said, the Fogveil is a company. They might need wealth.
Yeah,
for
you
stuff.
guys don't know what their treasure stat is. They would have to be only treasure 1 for 6 wealth straight up to improve their treasure.
That's fair.
Which is like, treasure is not necessarily literally coin. It is just any form of material wealth.
Yeah.
The weirdest
So you
other
do-
option is
you know how they got there.
okay. I have a weird question.
Yeah.
I am wealth 6. If I take this, do I become wealth 7?
Yes.
Could I then just
Yeah,
pay
if
them
it's same thing.
X amount of money without having to lose less wealth?
No, because that's stupid.
I do think that's a little
I mean,
weird.
technically,
Hey,
yes.
That's how it works mechanically.
if that's how it works mechanically,
Technically,
should
yes,
Omega
because
should
if
say
you
no.
if you come into 2 wealths that are the same, like you said, you go up 1, and then technically you can make any purchase that is below, not at, but below your wealth level without going. Like, this would just add even more to Leslok's personal money that he would be able to spend wealth 6 or wealth 5. Like I said, it's a variable. It could be either or. You would normally negotiate about it, but you could comfortably spend the money and not immediately go back down. Lucky and Dallas are correct, though. That is a very weird way to handle a treasure reward, to be like, all right, I increased my treasure value, and then I increased my wealth value, and then I immediately spend the money that this represents anyway on that I just got.
Like, mechanically, it makes sense, but it's
why I asked
The
if I
timing
could-
is odd,
You
yes.
fix the faux pas, I won't do it.
Yeah, no, like I said, I just finished off. It feels like you're kind of gaming the system,
And you're kind of supposed to do that with wealth, but I think that, like, you don't... Leslok, at least, doesn't need to do that.
No.
Like, if you wanna, like, you can just basically write off the chance to make a wealth reward and not have to worry about where the money to lease the property's coming from in a second.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll just do that to
know,
save.
we're-
Just
next
to make
session.
let's simplify the process.
Yeah.
And that means that future wealth rewards Enos can think about.
Yes.
So you will, as the viceroy, you will take custody of the money and you can spend it later on the explain that it is the not a gift, but it is the proper monetary value of the things you're asking for. The gift will be the fire sand. And I will keep that in mind for future endeavors. But that is basically everything we got going on in Svardis. You would have a day or 2 of downtime for the representatives to assemble, which I know Inos is like. You remember the mind joke? That's Inos running towards the Shadow Pass.
Hang on.
I want to be there for the seance. That's like I. Unless there's
I'm
something
at the
I have to go
meeting.
do.
Now I'm not at the meeting.
So you guys can take the downtime. Who all wants to go to a dragon seance?
I do.
I mean, I'll be there for as long as I can.
The dragon shows up. He's like, you tasty. You just see this Dallas gone. Like, nope. Actually, what's my level in Draconic?
All right.
I have
Probably not good. It's like 1.
I have a point. I have a point in it helps. I could probably spend on my fucking
Yeah, I
language.
think you have the same amount that he does because you learned it from the same person.
No, we can't learn more in Draconic because we have no basis in Draconic. We got that one
That's
point
fair.
from Aramita.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm sitting at 8 language speed. I'm just gonna go turn one of the expert dies in like runic or something until or something.
Do it.
Good one for your master dice, yeah. You guys certainly speak. You guys certainly run into runic a lot.
Oh, excuse me.
Actually, we did just joke. Not to delay the session too much,
I mean,
but earlier this session we did joke about just
for like managing time locally.
Yes, but I was going to say, we did just talk about showing Leslok each tablet, which is written, in runic script, and being like, remember this for later, and then he just copies it all down. That would probably improve, especially once it gets translated, so he can literally one-to-one remember photographic memory what he wrote down, and then what the translation is, and compare side by side. That's literal Rosetta Stone type shit.
Listen, we're donating the tablets anyway, so I might as well have it in my end.
Yeah, we're gonna write it down.
You did not necessarily literally show him the tablets, but we joked that you could just show him tablet by tablet.
Like, we literally have records as is.
Yeah.
You could also probably, I know it's a funny word, but you could get a rubbing just as fast probably and translate.
That's fair.
Anyway,
I also have experts.
The Shadow Pass.
Shadow
I will say, so here is where I had some comments earlier about some of the Dragonbone stuff, but Inos already asked about that earlier in a different meeting, so we don't need to go back over it. You guys walk by the Thrimthers. Don't do the thing where you touch their toes. You'll wear them down. Let's joke about statues. But you go to the area known as the Dragon Ravine, and, you are here. Nerissa can basically, what's the word? Confirm, I guess, what she said already, which is just like, yeah, no, this is a lot of Dragonbone.
It's a lot of Dragonbone.
You got a lot here. Mining it all is going to take a while. And basically, reiterate her comments earlier that she thinks that, you shouldn't necessarily dump it all on the market at once.
Yep. All right. Whew. So let's see here. So who here? Did everyone come with? Well, not all the NPCs. I should ask.
Connor's gonna stay at Spartus just to keep an eye on things.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Is Alestra appearing?
You
in this
explicitly
seance?
invited. Yes, Enos explicitly wanted to bring Alestra and Aurelia along.
Okay, then I will be going.
I'm here to pay respects because I got this cool ass weapon from Dragon Bones.
Yeah, I do believe. No, it wasn't from here. I think you got the Dragonbone from the Silver Tower, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wanted to get them from here, but you guys were like, "Why don't we just get them from the Silver Tower?" And I was like,
Why do we not stop to mine and craft?
Ah, that's right. That's why.
"Yes."
All right, but would any of the princes or princesses besides Nerissa like the show come with?
Yeah, I mean, I think Prince Menace is definitely going to want to stick his nose in, and God, I have to think. No, I think Alias would probably do like Konrad and just be like, no, I perfectly trust that whatever you do is going to be just fine. I'll stay here, just in case they show up.
Alrighty.
Would Estelle come? I think Estelle would come because she doesn't often get to see Enos do magic stuff. Mostly he kind of like Nicola, but most of the spell casting she's seen of Enos is, he's gone off to the workshop for 8 hours and come back with a magic item.
Ta-da! All right, then. Well, moment of fucking truth. Inos is bedecked in his regalia de tacita, so it's a lot of, dark robes and an ominous flair.
Oh shit, he's bedazzled.
I am bedazzled. Bedazzled these nuts! But, where is that damn spell? Throw open the gates. Where is it? Oh, I would help if I was looking in the proper frickin' tab.
Yes, that does help.
Yes.
Called
I have that problem sometimes.
Dem gates. That's why I know.
Open dim gates.
No, it's not an orc psyker power.
Alright, so throw open the gates. Intensity 3. Casting time 5 minutes. Duration minutes. 2 minutes. Yes. I will read it out loud, just so everyone knows. This is a spell of seance, allowing one to commune with the soul of a dead person. To perform it, one needs either a personal possession owned by this person, or be at their gravesite. We are definitely at a dead dragon's gravesite. It must know... actually, no, wait. I think I might not be able to cast this. I just realized. It must know their name and face to cast it. I forgot about this.
Well,
I will let you attempt to cast the spell anyway.
Well, actually, no. I think I might have a workaround for this. It takes about 5 minutes of ritual chanting and prayers to work, and is often paired with offerings to the dead. The dead caster, presence felt. Let me see here. Let me double check some things here right now. Let me see if I got the spell. No, it's not that one.
Because normally, the idea is to talk to people ghosts. I kind of
I think it's
feel
very
like
mystical bones.
summoning up calling on a dragon on the ghostophone is probably a little different. There's only so many of those to go around.
It's true.
But if you have a workaround, we can also work on some of that. Since Deatacida knows
Okay,
many
yes,
things.
I think this may work, if you will allow it. Read the soul. Casting time 7 minutes. This spell reads the history of a soul of an object or place. One of these step handily physically and is chanting ritually as they physically touch it and get a feel for it. For a process that takes 7 minutes, bloody, recent history and stuff. If you do not personally know the person who owned or touched you only get a vague sense of their identity and glimpse of their face. But if you do know them, they are specifically named to you. This applies for location. So maybe not a name, but maybe if I do read the soul, it'll give me enough of identity to call them with, throw open the gates. Would you allow that?
Go ahead and roll it. Because I don't
Okay.
think you've rolled that. Yes.
Like I said.
Because that will magically give you the picture of whose bones these are in your mind.
Yes. Like I said, I know you're going to be kind and say just blink it anyway, but I was like, no, I want this to work properly.
You have another way to make work of other things.
The original before the bones, and it's just like, oh
yeah.
I'm blind now.
Oh, okay, that's 4 tens. Excuse me.
Never mind. He sees everything.
Oh, God, yeah. Well, it doesn't really matter. The height just sees, like, how many years in the past it goes up to. I don't know about 10 years in the past. This bones have probably been doing the exact same thing, but it's still a very high roll.
Yeah, just imagine you just see the whatchamacallit, and like it's like a reverse film strip like montage of just like you watch time rewind, and it's not that different, but some time has passed.
It's the opening
Some rocks
section of
have
Samurai
moved.
Champloo.
Make a whipping noise as the sun, goes in reverse overhead. But yes, in your mind, Enos, you can picture fully what this dragon would have, looked like in life. What's my fucking descriptor again?
Damn it.
The dragon
can't-
true.
I can't find the Happy Souls gif of the bone dragon.
You have to make it later. Huh. Sorry, Sunyan. Yes, no. This one would probably have been, a little bigger than average. Like probably somewhere over, 20 yards long. Huge, forelimbs, back limbs. Obviously, you can see the jaws, but long spaded tail, huge, wings.
Cool. Oh yeah, that is an intensity's 4 spell. So, what is it? What is it?
Everybody, I think, can pick up on that.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
It's a good thing Konrad stayed at home.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe not, since you're trying to diagnose him. But anyway.
Yeah, give a moment.
But yes, no. You get the impression, Enos, by the way, as for color, this dragon was, done in kind of a silvery or white cast.
Ooh.
With tones of blue, perhaps.
Ooh, maybe some sort of frost dragon.
But yes, now you while you do not possess the name in your mind, you have a pretty good sense of distinctly what dragon this one was.
All right, then I will now attempt.
So you can now ask
to throw open the gas and ask for the soul of this dragon to come and speak with us. 90-10 with a master die. I got the 10 I wanted, so that will be cast because I will use level 3 of extenuating sorcery. Blah, I can say words, which will allow me to basically add 1 to the height of width, which duration plus and double it. So that will be 11 times 2, 22 minutes. So if the departed soul is willing to speak to the caster, the presence will be felt, and one may speak with them for a number of minutes equal to the width. Oh, it's width of the original sorcery spell. The departed soul can only question new in life and is not compelled to tell the truth. Actually, let me double check on extenuating sorcery rate if it switches or is it just based off width. It probably is just based off width, but we can make that.
It probably starts based on your width, so I don't know if it's the full 22 minutes, but you do get to extend it overall.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. This is what I get for not properly reading stuff. Extenuating circumstances. Oh, no. The when is double the height plus 1 or width 1, whichever is greater. Okay, no. I did read it right.
Okay, so yeah, your full level replaces it with
yes.
Height plus 1.
Okay. Whew. So yes, 22 minutes. If it decides to answer.
All right, so you do the ritual. How long does it take you to cast throw open the gates again?
Oh god, no, we've been here a minute. It's 7 minutes for Eat the Soul and then 5 minutes for throw open the gates. It's
a good 15 minute. So as you finish your call and you're just like, dragon, come forth. I ask you to speak with us. I feel like obviously you're in a ravine right now. You're in the basis of the pass, cut through the mountain. The narrow space between two peaks. So it's not particularly bright in here, but you definitely feel kind of like a pall come over the scene, kind of a, wherever the sun is, a cloud moves over it, and it feels, even though it was warmer in here, was, not as cold in this area where there are volcanic fumaroles and stuff. It feels colder, even though it's the height of summer. You suddenly feel like you're standing in, the deep, cool shadow of a pair of very tall, icy mountains.
rad.
What did you say? It says its presence will be known. So I think in the two enormous vacant eye sockets, at first just Inos, but then everybody here will be able to kind of see. There's just kind of two ghostly pale lights appear, the color of, moonlight on fresh snow, or the color of northern lights, which you guys would have heard of but may have never seen. Like glimmering phantasmal lights, and just a voice echoing deep from somewhere. Inos, is it just you that can see and hear the spirit?
I don't think it says that. Let me double check.
Yeah, I believe we had this conversation when you did the seance for Leofric, but that was a long ago.
If the departed spell is willing to speak to the caster, the presence will be felt, and one may speak to them for a number of minutes equal to the width of the original sorcery spell. The disparate spell can only answer questions in new in life, and is not compelled to trail. It doesn't actually... It doesn't... Like, it says speak to the caster, but it doesn't say anything about, only the caster. Maybe only the...
So I think only you can... Only you can ask it, like, questions. Like, it's not... I mean, they're not necessarily compelled to answer the truth exactly, but, like, it does not necessarily respond to others.
Okay.
But everybody can hear it.
Yes.
Because it doesn't explicitly say they can't. So all of those people here, you hear echoing, not just in, like, the cavern of the skull, but echoing, like, as if coming from a deep, deep place inside the mountain. Just a voice which sounds like stones grinding, like the ice on a lake creaking. Like wind blowing, creaking the trees, just kind of like,
Old Dragon Winter here.
Little demon, why do you call me from long slumber?
Why you bury me in the cold ground?
no, it's why did you take
its
me from...
eyes shoot lasers. Logesh turns to an ice statue, falls to the ground, and shatters into 9,000 pieces. This is the session where I joke about killing Logesh a lot instead of Nicola. But yes, and it, like, again, the lights kind of like, they're just lights, but somehow, Inos, it is looking at you.
Mm-hmm.
And it just kind of continues. Dost thou even know who you call?
Inos, bow deeply and says, like, forgive me, great dragon, for both disturbing your rightful rest and not knowing your name. So that I may speak it with the proper respect it is due. May I have your name?
So you think it's a laugh or a chuckle, but it's hard to tell because it's the sound that you would make, shaking up like a champagne bucket full of ice or something.
You're really on the ball with these fucking ice metaphors.
I know, I don't have a lot of Foley. I got to say stuff. I could also describe it as shaking up, a fistful of teeth, like dragon teeth.
Shaken, not stirred.
Just like. Oh, sorry, I have to be careful. I'm going a little too. My next instinct was going a little too Huttese. Ho. Chubadawanga solo.
I forget how much. I forget so much how much of a lexicon of like every. Has in his head.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. I remember things I've seen, but it says, and I say it. You're not. It's very hard to tell gender from a dragon skull speaking to you. but it says, "Very well. Then know my name. I am Borebarvcha. Borebarvcha of freezing rain. Borebarvcha of the frozen river." And I spell that for you.
Thank you.
I ask you twice, why do you call me through rock and stone, through ice and time?
Through rock and metal and time. Sorry. I
Um.
really.
No. I'm not ready to quote Gravemind yet.
Yeah.
This dragon is not a monument to all your sins.
No, that's the other one.
But Inos, will stand up and look upon the skull and basically, declare, because we seek knowledge of things we do not understand. Particularly, we seek knowledge of dragons.
I'm just imagining, like, obviously the dragon has no flesh, no lips, so it cannot curl its mouth in a smile. But the light just seems to catch its still sharp, glimmering teeth in a strange way. And just again, that kind of like deep echoing chuckle comes and just be like, "Ever do your mortal kin wonder at things they do not know? Do ye not have songs and stories? Has truly so much time passed that ye do not remember fear?"
I'm just picturing just a very loud yes. That's why we're asking.
And it's all like, Enos will respond, "Much time has passed, and we have forgotten much. We have not, though we have not forgotten fear." And, Enos, stands defiantly. "Neither have we forgotten the bravery to stand against our foes."
You are
Place
brave,
5,
little Iron One.
place 8, 5,
Yeah.
8 echo effects.
Demon.
This I recall. Yes. I'm sorry, hold on. Microsoft Edge is opening for some reason. Go away. Who fucking asked you?
I'm just imagining the dragons all like,
God,
wait a
it's
minute.
like Artemis 2 up in here. I have 2 copies of Outlook open. Neither is working.
No. Oh, Alexa,
Space
I
Microsoft
didn't
working.
say your name. I am talking to this iron demon.
Oh, great
I know
dragon.
you are.
What is the magic you describe as Microsoft?
It'd be really funny if, like,
The opposite of macro hard. No, they don't. Sadly, the underworld doesn't get internet.
it'd be hilarious if,
But
like,
yes,
the Underworld was super technologically ahead of time.
Bora Barvcha, continues to speak and says, "Very well. I am the daughter of Kaidana of First Frost, brood of the great dragon of ice. Long ago, longer still than when your meager kind crawled upon this earth, my kindred were exiled beyond the 3 crowns, for in the war in heaven we stood shoulder to shoulder with the throne of winter and the Hrimthurs. So, for fighting our own kin, we were cast out. In the time of yore, before the Covenant, We were called back to Norlon by the kindred of the Black Scales, the brood of corpse-eater Mythidir, in their bloody feud with the kindred of Iron.
Shit, this dragon's a double enemy.
And we brought Fimbulwinter with us.
Guys, I don't think this is a nice dragon.
I said it's technically one of our other ancient mortal enemies, the ice dragons.
Yeah, no, maybe we're just talking about it,
You mean the family of the Torchbearer has ancient beef with a lot of ice-related things?
Yeah, it's almost like you guys were fighting the Fimbulwinter or something.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, I think Boravarch is gonna get another little dig in and be like, so yes, I recall how claws catch, fangs bite, scales repel,
You the
and
Jabberwock?
frost bites.
I have to grab this image if we're talking about like enemy dragons.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Come here, you.
No, she's too big for that.
Yeah, sadly.
But yeah, so basically, this dragon just straight up said, "Oh yeah, no, I moved back to Norlon when my cousins, the kin of the corpse eater, started a blood war. We're here for the blood war."
I was here to cause problems on purpose.
Well, okay, I mean, technically, she's saying they did it because they felt guilty about the last thing where they didn't side with family. So the next time family was like, "Hey, yo, can I get a little help over here?" Some weird guys chained our progenitor, our holy,
underworld.
patriarch to a big rock underground where he can't escape.
We got a free corpse dad. Keeps eating all the corpses.
Mm-hmm.
He did eat corpses. So any want to need for elucidation there?
It's like, sorry, I'm trying to think here. I was like, because I wasn't sure if I wasn't expecting this to be a friendly dragon, but I was like, oh man, where do I'm trying to figure out where exactly I go from this angle. It's like, okay, I'm sorry. So I'm recounting the information. Basically said that she fought in the Fimbulwinter on the side of Chelone. So probably, that probably has killed a lot of men. Yeah. And then...
Yeah, no, she's a calamity. That's what her job is.
Mm-hmm. And then after that, she apparently survived it, but was then called here to fight the Iron Demons for trapping Corpse Eater Mythidir.
Yes.
Okay.
Though technically, I will say her grammar is a little ambiguous. You don't know if she necessarily is literally from the time of Calamity, but did describe that her kin, the Frost Drakes, stood shoulder to shoulder with the Throne of Winter and the Frost Giants.
Okay.
Lucky doing a think.
Yeah, sorry, I'm doing a think. I've been thinking about this conversation I wanted to have, but again, this is one of those things where there's way too many variables on how this wanted to happen. So I couldn't. I mean,
you've probably used maybe 2 of your 22 minutes.
Yeah.
So you got some breathing room.
I would try to give you an idea, but I'm trying. I can't think of.
I mean, you can speak.
I think it's the response to
that's
though,
only I can speak to the dragon and have it respond, but you can say stuff to me. You can hear all this.
Yes. And like I said, I went out of my way to specify everybody can hear this conversation.
Yeah.
You hear both sides.
Honestly, I'm probably gonna do I'll probably just do ghost eyes so I can see it because I want to see its spirit look like.
You can see it.
Yeah,
you can see that its presence is known. You can roll ghost eyes to see if you can see anything else.
Yeah, dead sight.
Yeah, dead sight.
That takes 3 minutes. That takes 3 minutes though. Actually, I probably have to do it before. I would have to do it before the seance.
Then let's not worry about it.
But with that, Enos will nod. Um,
Actually, wait, I have an idea for a question. Maybe a bit far fetched.
well, relay it to me, and I will decide that because I do think I know where I want to go next. But
Would it know of the other calamities we don't know? Would it know of the other things things were lost to the calamities?
that's a very broad question, I think, man.
Yeah.
It's like I said, the dragon can, like, the one I call one of Saints can only know things that it knows in life. And while it is a dragon, it is probably long lived and seen a lot. What is important for a dragon to note down and remember is probably not the same things that, a man wants to note down and remember.
Does it? Okay. Did it know anything about the kin of the moon, or like those of the moon?
With them fighting on the side of like Chalone, probably not. Specifically the kind of moon, because that's the Lobo.
Yes.
The Lobo was more associated with. They talked a lot about them like being before like the Crowman, so I don't think they've actually been. I don't know if they've actually set foot on this land. Not this one.
Yeah, you don't. The
We asked
common
about the
wisdom,
lands that
I'm
north.
pretty sure I've had you guys roll about this before. The common wisdom is that the Lobo are a kindred that are extinct, much like the cousins of the Fae, the Dverg, because they no longer have a patron deity. So they did not have somebody to guide them out of calamity. So they were outside Troikaron somewhere, and as far as you guys know, they never made it here. And as far as anybody says anyway, nobody's supposed to be alive out there, because that would be a complex ethical and moral question.
Fair.
Oh my god.
Hmm?
It's the story of Bionicle.
Oh my god.
We escaped the one island to get to the new island.
Yes.
Yeah, kind of.
Trichorone is literally an Eden. It's a gilded cage we live in, as the rest of the world got fucked.
Yep.
I guess I ask is like I'm curious what
It is a
No,
holy
North was
everyone
like-
stay here while we fix the world, and then they just never called back.
Yeah.
they never called.
Oh, the plumbing's up down in Ulasil. No, that's a. What was it? This is Dark Souls reference?
I may remember that at a different time. Anyway, Lucky, you had a different tact you wanted to take with Enos. You had your thought.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to sum it up. We tangented too hard there.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Like I said, this is my problem for not being able to keep my thoughts straight. But Enos probably would not like necessarily role plays because I cannot find the words. But Enos would basically say, like, oh god, that as far as he knows. Well, actually, shoot. I was about to say that conflict has passed, but like I don't know if actually that conflict has passed. Like I don't know if there's some dragon somewhere still going, man, I gotta get my dad out from them damn iron demon chains.
Where would they be?
I mean, you could say that your kind haven't fought dragons in many generations. This is true, at least.
Yes. Yeah, so Enos will basically say that time has been long and dragons have, basically vanished from this world, so we have not been in conflict for many, many generations. If there is still a conflict with Corpse Eater Mithridir, he does not know it. What he does know is that many things about dragons have been lost to time, and that even if Ms. Borabacha. Wait. Borabarvacha.
Where Bubsha?
Borabacha was I don't want to say was enemy to us once. Like that does not have to be the case in this moment. He would like to call upon her spirit to learn about dragons so that they may be recorded properly this time, so that the story of deeds of her and her kin will be better known.
Yes, when you say, that just because we were enemies once doesn't mean that we're enemies now. That actually gets kind of like maybe a more approving chuckle coming out of the skull and kind of be like, of course, I am dead now. My blood is spilt, my flesh is gone, my soul is at peace. There is no war in the afterlife.
Oh, oh.
All is quiet until my old bones hear your call. But, yes, my kin arrived in force. Cool of heart, frigid of breath. Our wing beats were blizzards. Our roars like thunder. But we were driven to the tallest Ares. That's Ares with an A.
Oh,
Of the dragon spikes. When the mountain kin taught men to use the runes to protect against fire and frost. And when the men taught the mountain kin to hammer iron and bronze so that they might pierce our hides. And then, Inos, you notice, again, the dragon ghost is not really acknowledging anybody else in this scene, but those eye lights definitely rotate to affix their cool, calm, piercing gaze right on Leslok and right on that cool magic sword he always has when she says, and of course, when the clan of the Torchbearer brought fire and steel to Teine. So basically, frost drakes used to be pretty dominant in this region, but then, like you said, kindred mortals stuck to their guns, stood up to their roots, and Mountain Kin taught humans how to use rune magic. In turn, humans taught Mountain Kin how to hammer metals, which was not something that was native to them. And then eventually, Logi Torchbearer showed up with his sword, which slays icy things.
hmm.
And I think, to kind of, I guess, to continue the conversation, says, and now my kin are all long gone. Laid to rest here, there, everywhere. And though I am gone, I would say to you to be cautious. In death, there is no hatred, no regrets. We are all free of our burdens. But if called again, with heartbeat and wing, I would come for war again. It was for our kinship that we came and we fought. Not because of the personal venom of the kin of Black Scales. So basically saying, our homies asked us to come. I would would do it again, even if I'm not mad right now. But also, actually, roll empathy.
I'm gonna roll some.
We love dice
I
rolls.
wanna-
Roll empathy.
I'd run it back.
Read between the lines. Oh, no, absolutely. She's a dragon. She's a calamity. Is that a fucking straight?
Hang on.
I feel ill. What the fuck?
Everyone because I
D1.
can hear it too.
I'll give it to you guys in a second. I'm just...
Okay.
He's hanging on. He told me to hang on. You got anything for this?
Hang on.
He's looking. He's searching. I feel like sometimes when I ask for rolls, some people are very excited to roll, and then it turns out everybody can make the roll, so it doesn't feel so exciting. So I want
That's fair.
Enos to get first crack at this, and then we'll see if anybody else can figure it out.
That's fine.
Oh,
Enos is
shit,
the
that's
one
right.
actually communicating with said dragon.
I forgot it added a point. Hang on one second. Nope, still nothing. I got nothing.
It's made the straight more.
More straight.
I'm flabbergasted. Other people roll empathy. Take
Roll-
this away from me.
I got nothing.
Let me go through. All right.
You guys can't see it, but I'm like fucking. I'm making that gesture with my hand, just like waving straight down, just like yeah.
3 8s.
8s. Okay. I think I got 2 8s and 2 9s. So, Enos, you're probably focused way too hard on trying to think about what you're asking next.
Yes.
The rest of the guys, and you can, collude. Again, you've got still probably got like 20-ish, 18-ish, minutes.
Hive mind.
You're not below 15 yet, but you can collude a little. Borobov just saying that she does not have a personal vendetta against the Iron Kin, the Iron Demons, nor does she necessarily seem to have personal beef with the local humans. It just kind of seems to be, the thing to do. She's from a calamity of icy guys. The
She's
humans
retired
are here.
now. She don't
We
have
fight
problems.
each other.
She's retired now.
Yeah. Also, yeah, she is dead and buried, so she doesn't give a shit. Like she said, all our burdens are gone in death. I literally don't have to worry about this shit anymore. But the way she phrased that is certainly implying
There might be
the
others.
the black-scaled dragons, those guys might be mad still. Like, that might be a personal beef they might be upset about even in death. That was how long ago Corpse Eater Mythidir was described to you. Corpse Eater Mythidir was said to be, the dragon of great black scales and poison breath, who was so mad that humans got to get out of the calamities by dying that he tried to break into the underworld to double kill them.
I have to I have to respect the fucking hate. You have to respect the pain.
No, yeah, like he was a generational hater, but also that probably means that his kindred are more likely to be nettled about things.
Oh, definitely need to keep an eye out for the black scaled ones then. Move.
Oh, careful.
Yeah, so like I said,
God,
like
God, I can think about,
Borobarcha is from the kin of the frost dragons. She describes them as the frost drakes, the ice worms, other epithets, the ice dragons. It seems like they were kind of true to their namesake. They were cold, calculating, obviously predatory, like not afraid to be violent or vicious, but were not necessarily emotional about it. They did a thing once. They felt kind of bad. At least that's vaguely how Borobarcha describes it. They felt kind of bad for, going against their own kin, that when the next time somebody called, they were like, all right, we got this.
If they pull out any dragoons, I'm out.
Okay. But with that, I think the next point is, so we got her name, got a quickie of her story and whatnot, got her idea. She's not against talking with us, so let's see if she can figure out anything about Alestra. So Inos will motion over to Alestra, bring her forward and call out to Miss Frost Dragon. I'm not gonna roleplay it. Sorry. Because I'm gonna fuck it up. I know. But we'll basically explain that this one has the blood of the dragons within. I think that's the best way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like our lack of knowledge in the day has, left her with many questions about her strength. Enos basically is well, I guess there's many things, but Inos is just gonna basically like first straight up ask is like, does she know of any other way to awaken her blood that does not involve, the hunting and killing of a dragon?
Just imagining, that the stock stone slide sound, just as the eye lights rotate to Alestra now, and just again you hear, "Whoo," sound like vibrations through ice or glass, just kind of resonating deep in somewhere. Yes. This little sister, I can tell, even beyond the blood of the dragon. The eyelights kind of flick towards Nicola. And this one is blood of her blood. But they are not the same. Curiouser and curiouser. On this one I sent the touch of summer, the crest of winter, spring sighs, autumn breaths. Interesting. But yes, know ye be kin of fire and steel, clan of the torchbearer. This one is descended from Gridarvol the Wise, Gridarvol of the Iron Rod, Gridarvol the Soul Crafter. But you are not all that. Yes. The blood of the dragon flows through your veins. The kin of the one they call king, and the kin of her shining Eltanin.
Oh, shit.
Yes. It's almost funny. So, that is how that line progressed. Kind of like a pause, and then on a slightly, like, genuinely amused by that, and then switches to kind of more of a somber beat. Know ye that your ancestor was one of the kin of the king? I suspect the one they call Icebreaker Norleaf, who long ago did study the ways of my kin and matched their wits. And now, far, far ahead, he has gone. Her eyelights kind of roll to look like directly north, like towards magnetic north type.
Mm.
And which would be the general direction of the Icelands beyond even Norlon. And then, kind of swivel back. I know not any other way to achieve the gift of dragon sorcery than to overcome the dragon, body, mind, spirit. But there is something within you that is different. It resonates in odd ways. Like the eyelights kind of like dim, almost like if she had lids, she would be closing them or like blinking maybe or narrowing her eyes, and kind of says, "Though it is far, I can hear you calling. Perhaps if you keep calling, they will answer. Know that my kindred, frost and flame, venom and stone, are scattered all over this land. And though we are gone, our bones remain." Kind of a beat, and like you can almost hear, like, again, no lungs, but you hear like the wind whistling through her skull, like taking a deep inhale and being like, "And that is all I think I can say at this time."
Spoilers.
There is basically saying, when I was alive, didn't know any other way for you to get dragon sorcery, but I can tell since you're standing right there, there's something weird about you, kid. You're doing some new stuff.
Neat.
Inos would then ask, if the dragon has heard of. Oh God, what was it?
The Crownless King.
It was the Crownless King, but there was another epithet they had. I can't remember what it was.
Oh fuck, that's right.
The one.
Who shall be king?
No.
Oh, I just. No.
The king who is to come.
The king that was to come. That was what it was.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was the one I was.
So you ask about that, and then just again.
Also, thank you, Dallas.
You're asking. You call my old bones to ask about legends and fairy stories? Of dreams yet undreamed and pages yet unwritten? Kind of like the eyelights kind of like, again, like rotate in an odd way to almost be like, almost like a quirked, like you don't know how a browless, eyeless dragon skull like raises an eyebrow at you, but you get kind of that impression. Like, you just be like, really?
Inos will be like,
Right in front of my bones?
Inos will well, he's gonna be a little bit, but he's like, yes, because people believe in those legends, and your little sister here displayed much power in fighting and fighting
kind of
those who carry that name, and their
bones
strange
vibrate.
strange sorcery.
Humans who sing a song not yet written. Curiouser and curiouser. It is a shame my bones are bare and my wings are lost. You live in interesting times, little demon.
Oh, that's not the thing you want to hear.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like we've
Never
been cursed.
Just being like, that's wild. It's wild. When, kind of like a pause. When the sun is black, when the stars fall down, when the seas are dry and the rivers run as blood, when every last thing has died, the one who is promised, the king who is yet to come, will emerge and will make the world again.
Oh, okay.
This is a story for children. It is a thing that could be, or a thing that will never be. Do you understand?
The dragon is sassing us, saying, "Don't believe in a what if."
Yeah.
Basically being like, somebody said this once, could be true, could not be true.
Must be true.
I think she would kind of give you a beat, because it is kind of a rhetorical question, and say, but if men believe this,
Oh no.
it is amusing that those who fought so hard against calamity wish for their own destruction. There are no guarantees that the next world will be any better than this one. The only truth is, things are born, things die. It is cold in winter and warm in summer, and the sun rises every day. When these truths are no longer true, we may be in need of a new world. Kind of like pauses, like the lights kind of like shimmer in an odd way that are almost like they're looking around and just be like, I almost feel like almost casually be like, she's like, I am fairly certain the sun doth still rise in the east and set in the west. North is that way, south is this way. Your heart still beats, you still draw breath. And if I'm not mistaken, I think there's some grass over there, wiggles the eyelights towards the entrance.
You might want to touch it.
So the end time is not yet here. Also, yes, no, dragons didn't have taxes, so.
Look,
But yeah, basically, Borobarv just says.
Do the end times.
So, anyway, those humans are crazy. They're wishing for like the apocalypse and the rebirth of the world, which we didn't get to do. So, like, why you like that? Anyway, I don't think it's the end times.
We were totally cooler than those guys, so like, and then we couldn't do it. So why should they think they could do it?
Mom said it's my turn to end the world.
I do want to say to Inos specifically. I don't know if anybody caught it. Hey, remember the thing she said about the sun going black and like the stars falling out of the sky and the rivers running dry and stuff?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
That sounds a lot like the phrase Ritva used when enacting the Black Seal. Basically, when you cast the Black Seal, you're like, hey, you don't open until the end of the fucking world, man. Unless I tell you to. So, Borobarv uses a very similar language to that for referring to the end of the world.
Probably because it is a thing maybe recorded pre-calamity.
Well, if the sun goes black, that means I think that, something probably happened to fucking Hydrish, which would probably be really bad.
Basically, it says if all the gods are killed, the world will end.
Hydrus is dead, new Hydrus.
You don't know if gods are really alive. You know they can be killed, but you don't know if they're alive in the same way. And she said that when every living thing is dead, when there is nothing left alive here to keep the cycle going, when basically all rules of nature, everybody laughed out, but all the rules of nature are like broken or busted, that's when shit's fucked. And then she looked around and basically be like, well, you haven't fucked the neighborhood up that bad. Give it another millennia or two. I'm sure you'll figure it out.
I'm not thinking about. I want to ask if it's like, what were the gods? Like, were there gods that supported your cause, or that's maybe.
I don't think. Like, I'm getting an idea of Borabacha's.
I mean, you could ask her about Chalone to see if she knows anything, because like she said that her kin sided with her, but you got to remember each calamity was created by a deity. Technically, all dragons, though they have a variety of elemental aspects, all of them are under Hydrus. The Frost Drakes are the way they are. They were specifically exiled to the Icelands because after Hydrus said, okay, time out, knock it off, they were like, Chalone was obviously still mad because she is the goddess of the act of dying and decaying and stagnating. She is the goddess of winter. And was just like, no, I think I'm going to keep doing my thing. The Ice Drakes were like, yeah, hell yeah. Eternal Winter sounds great. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a question for everyone. Did we ever know what actually triggered the calamities?
Yes, when the fucking humans built the fucking Tower of Babel, trying to take a god from the thing, and, Hydra said, cut that shit out and shattered the cauldron.
My bad.
Yes, that specific story was related to you by your mother because you asked her about it.
Yes.
That's the thing Leslok would remember. X may have forgotten.
No, like
only why he was asking.
Because I don't think we know exactly which god was taken down, but I think our assumption it was the moon goddess. I think it was.
It seems to be the idea.
Yeah. Like, we don't know which god was pulled off the throne, but
considering that the spell literally says that the subject is limited to what they knew in life.
Yeah.
You cannot ask this dragon for details about what caused the calamity because by definition she would not be born yet.
Yeah.
Like, you don't even know, her grammar's ambiguous. She may not have been around for the initial calamity wave either. Just that she's of the kin of the first dragon. So
I was wondering if they were like creative to like divine purpose or some shit.
No, remember.
I mean, yes, but not. It does not seem like with specific divine purpose. More general that like Hydrus, created this great brood of dragons and basically said, okay, gang, go forth, multiply, kick as much human ass as you can. Okay, I'm out.
No, because you gotta remember, Tyrus' kindred is technically men. He has angels as, like, also his kind of his kindred, but they're, like, restricted to heaven. Dragons, while intelligent, are still monstrum. They're just monstrum we can speak with.
They are
They're divine beasts.
Yes.
Yes. And mechanically, because this is a thing for these sorts of stats, dragons are as like you just said, intelligent. They actually have a knowledge score, like many monstrum do not.
Yeah.
They do not necessarily. I mean, so they have a command score because they cast magic, and dragon sorcery is linked to command. So like they need a command score, but they do not necessarily. Not every true dragon you run into would have a charm stat, for instance, recorded. Most of them would not bother to speak. That's not to say they can't, but it's not their like intrinsic nature. But they are intelligent and they do have personalities. And hypothetically, there's no. Sorry, I'm airbutting it. There's no rule that says they couldn't get inspire versus intimidate, but it doesn't seem like it's their nature necessarily, or at least not all of them. The impression you're getting from Borobavcha is that just like how each, individual kindred is kind of different, and just how like each little tribe of men is different, it seems like each of the broods of dragons, each descendant linked with one of the first brood, is slightly different. Obviously, their abilities are different, but also it seems like their outlook and personalities are different. I would say you would struggle to say culture, because the kind of impression you're getting from Borobavcha is that dragons don't really have what you guys would think of as culture. They just kind of like exist and hang out, and they need to eat sometimes, and sometimes they feel like they need to kill, and otherwise they're just kind of like chilling.
I need to kill.
I need to kill.
Okay.
We're probably at about the 15-ish minute mark left.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just thinking. I don't know if anything.
I mean, you originally posed that you might want to ask her how she actually died, if that could be respectfully conveyed.
I would like to respectfully convey that. Ask that question.
All right. Again, just kind of like this one almost gets like the equivalent for a ghost of a dragon of like a deep belly laugh, like a big, shaking the earth, kind of a thing, roaring like a distant avalanche or waterfall, kind of like, me? Why, I dueled and lost to Agenhild's sword sister from the tribe of slayers. Our battle was mighty. For 10 days we fought on this very spot until I was spent.
Oh. Wow. Logi Togeberry married a real one.
I almost feel like it's really funny to me. I feel like I'm repeating
the description that Gridarvol wrote of her stepmother was that like she first of all, she was already a bloodsworn shield to the High King and was daughter of his foster brother, who was killed, by the way, by a poisonous dragon, a poison drake. Talamuth the Shadow Drake, I think. Talamuth, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Talamad? Something like that. Anyway, he tricked him and poisoned him. But also, by the time she married Logi, Agenhild's sword sister was already a dragon slayer. She was a dragon sorcerer herself, so.
Wow.
Like, she was not underqualified.
No. Wow, she fought this big-ass dragon? Wow.
Yeah. Fought a true dragon for 10 days.
I wonder how much parry you need, or parry to fucking parry a dragon.
New goal.
I mean, technically, actually, like, a legitimate question. It hasn't come up yet because you haven't run into any of them living. But, like, technically, mechanically, even in, like, the rules for generating monsters, there's not actually any rules that, like, say to limit your hit boxes for, like, attacking giant things. Like, technically, you can roll 10s and with a melee weapon hit a Thrimthurs in the head, Like, it just... We just assume you, like, run up his shin and stab him or something.
Yeah.
Like, there's not actually like technically I could make rules to like reduce height unless you like make a called shot or something, but they don't intrinsically have those protections. So no, you can just parry a dragon. It's just they're very strong, so it would be very difficult. And the dragon could probably do other maneuvers like try and grapple you by scooping you up in one single paw and crushing the life out of you type shit.
He probably did a lot of magic shit to like keep in
Or,
check. Yeah,
you know, fly.
Yeah, they can also fly. But a full juiced dragon sorcerer can also temporarily anyway fly. Some of you were there to see it, but Alestra, cracked celerity. You can move at super speed. Which, by the way, the celerity spell does also, for its duration, which is only in minutes, but does give you gobble dice to automatically dodge attacks. Basically,
That's pretty
Okay,
good.
yeah.
it turns
so
on auto dodge.
She probably just kept a lot of buffs up the whole fight.
So
There was 10 days though.
Also, she was really good with a sword. Anyway, so yes, you've asked her how Bora Barfja passed, and Bora Barfja does not seem to be upset. She's just like, oh, I can't wait to tell you this shit. Hey, yeah, I fought
I
Aghanim
was
Sword
impressed.
Sister for 10 days.
I was impressed.
She got me good.
Yo, you would not believe the shit.
I had to. It's all unfold.
Mm-hmm.
Also, talking about being fought for 10 days, smote, lay slain on the mountaintop kind of thing. It's supposed to be a little bit like Gandalf and the Balrog.
Ah.
Yeah, had a feeling.
All right, but okay. So now I honestly cannot think of anything. So I think we would probably close this conversation by informing our Barbocha that that we got construction coming through, and unfortunately,
Forgot about that.
yeah. And
For now, to move your bones.
yeah, we would like to move her skeleton somewhere else, and if she would be okay if we were to I would say enshrine it, and basically write her stories, write her stories so that others may pay visit to and be in awe of her.
Again, I imagine like these eyelights do that kind of like you get like almost like roll, like they shift in such a way that you can only describe them as rolling and just being like, you and your kind always so concerned, mindful of things that are dead. Very well, as I am deceased and you are among the living, I have no authority over these old bones. You may move them as you wish. If you are so impressed with my magnificence that you wish to build a shrine, as the dragon slayers have done for some before, just kind of like there's a pause and there's like, well, I'm still dead, so I can't actually stop you.
God damn it.
And it's shown I can't become a ghost to haunt you.
Yet.
That's all like.
Probably how would she phrase this? Like I'm trying to think, how would she say, "I'm not gonna haunt you, bro"? It's like, my blood is dried, my fury is cooled.
Oh, Inos will just be all like, it's all like dead you may be, but death is no, death is no reason. No reason for yeah, I know. Death is no reason for.
We're getting late.
Yeah, we are getting late. Death is no reason for disrespect. It's all like, how would he put this? Like, upon my body adorns the regalia. How would he put this? Upon my body, I adore. I adorn myself with the regalia of the dead and the deceased. That's all. Like, upon them, I will not, He'll just be very flowery and say that he is not going to disrespect the way in any shape or form while he wears these clothes and whatnot. I don't got the
Yeah,
figures.
again, kind of just like again, it's always funny to say, but I like to include like the dragon eyelights give you some side eye, basically like rotate to the side, but basically it's like thy will is thy own, or perhaps the will of a higher power. Again, I am not able to judge. You must do what you feel is right for you, as your heart still beats, your blood still flows. But I understand the concept. It is the gift that you fleeting mortals have, the fruits of knowledge, the ability to leave behind for those who come after. So, if you are going to tell the story of these old bones, feel free. Then I just imagine dramatically, because you're winding down the conversation anyway, even though I don't think we've quite used up all of your time, but I just like the idea of like the voice like slowly fading back and the eyelids getting smaller as it says this, and just being like, and so in some way, I too, Borabov of freezing rains, shall be remembered by those who are yet to come. Come, come. And yeah, basically Borabov just like, yeah, I don't care. I'm dead. That's the rules. The dead don't affect the living. But I get that you care about this so much, so go for it.
Knock yourself out.
And she phrased it in possibly an interesting way. Again, those comments I made about dragons and culture. But yeah, okay, dragon conversation.
All right, but yeah,
Very
that's
cool.
done.
Oh, fuck. Damn it.
We are clocked at like right around 4 hours.
No, I think that's good. I think
I think some of the sound bit out of it. We should probably
yeah,
we
but
should-
I think we're fucking.
I mean, you did it. You got it. You talked to her.
We talked to her.
Right,
Yay!
get some stuff.
We're gonna shine our bones, and now I can bother her later.
Yeah. Gotta figure out other things to ask her though.
She'd be
Probably.
like, little demon, why do you keep calling me? I'm dead, man.
Totally imagine you guys came back and Konrad just like, elbows on the table, shit in his hands. So how was the seance?
It went pretty well, actually, brother.
Well, but I will say it's all
We
like,
we only got the pants scared off us a couple of times.
We learned that it was also one of our other ancient mortal enemies.
But no, Inos would definitely be if she said that. It's all like, well, you're dead. You said I could do what I want.
Shit, you're right.
And I wanted to call you.
I want to tell you.
Alas, I cannot move. Would you be so kind as to stand inside my jaws so I might crunch upon thee?
That's what I'm secretly gonna do. I'm gonna secretly turn the inside of the dragon skull into a bed chamber. Just pop it open.
One day,
Check out my crib.
one day, my bones will cease and the weight will crush you, you little demon.
Oh no.
All right, but no, but yes. Inos will say the seance went okay and relate everything. Frost giant and that apparently corpse eater mythodeer is actually real, is actually trapped. And black dragons might be actually a little upset about that. Who would have guessed?
Well, good thing I don't know any. Wait, no. I don't know any
You
yet.
didn't think he was real?
No, I'm saying, well, good thing we don't know any black dragons. Then I'd change my mind. Like, no, I want there to be a black dragon that comes after us so I can kill it.
I do believe
name
there
like
is like on fucking Konrad's quest log, just slay a dragon has appeared on it.
I know where we can find one. Let's go to the ruined kingdoms of Shrade and fight Fatalis.
Also,
No,
you asked the question.
I don't think I
the
have the
question
stats of
earlier,
a hunter,
Loth.
so.
Ooh, excuse me.
You asked the question earlier, Loth. I do believe Inos wasn't sure if the story about Corpse Eater Mythodir was true. Like, there seemed to be a line of a brood of black dragons, but you didn't actually know if the story was 100% real. But Bora Barvcha was a ghost, and she was like, yeah, no, the black dragons are totally upset about that. The black scales are totally mad, and that's why we came. So it's like, well, that's probably real.
Yeah.
They're mad about something. And different in a way that, like I said, again, dragons are a calamity. They are a device by which to, punish and unmake man. And it seems like even post-calamity, the dragons kind of exist as like a free-roaming obstacle to remind humans to play by the rules. To not fuck around because, Hydra still has the power to, sorry, my brain, it's late. I conjured an unhinged rhyme. It doesn't even rhyme, actually. It's like a slant rhyme, like flipple your shipple. He can still really ruin your day, gang.
Sadly, you're saying all these things about dragons in my brain because I've been trying to get back into it. I've just been thinking about Dragon's Dogma Drakes. Those fuckers.
There's actually, a decent variety of dragonkin. You guess what, gang? You do still forewarning for next time before we get on out of here and do XP and go home, because obviously we're not doing the full big long meeting with the Fogveil guys this week because we're at 4 hours and Dallas has been muted for like 45 minutes. And I'm sure at some point he has to sleep, but you do recall that like one of the legends about that is you have to find the Knucker, lost treasure, and that's some kind of cursed treasure that has to do with an ancient water dragon in the Fogveil.
Yes.
Oh, and it was very, very loose, but Bora Barvcha did say that like not only were there frost dragons and the poison dragons around here, but also she did offhand mention stone and fire dragons. Yeah,
I assumed fire dragons.
Now you're not. It didn't really come up organically in conversation, but the impression you got from her was that like it didn't sound like the fire dragons and or the stone dragons were like a team who were like all together. They were just kind of here. They're not like the frost drakes, moved in force to join an effort to wage war on the iron demons, and then got caught up in other stuff because their territory was limited because the humans were here and they learned tricks for killing dragons. But yeah, I think that'll pack in our session. So everybody was here. Everybody did roleplay good. So everybody mark off 2 XP.
Yeah, I get 3.
Konrad, go ahead and mark off your XP for your problem. Also, gotta be honest, I didn't roll because I'm sure that as a ghost, I don't even know if Bora Barvcha is supposed to roll eerie for unseemly. Take your points anyway. I think she was kind of cagey with you when we started.
I need a mission.
Yeah, you do need a mission. Time to think about it. You got a week. Or more, because I'm really lax in that. What am I going to do? Lock you out of a system that tells me what you want to do so I can, do things about it? But yeah, if you want to get passion dice and you want to earn XP, you need a new mission.
Okay.
Anybody else got any missions related to any of that stuff that happened today?
No, mine's not going to be done until we actually get back.
Mine's not going to be done until we fight the Ivory Corsairs.
Have it come up with a new one.
Well, it can probably be also related to the Ivory Corsairs. We can lock that in next time. But yeah, you guys are gonna have a big meeting where you're gonna meet some representatives and learn a bit about the cultures of the Fogveil. You're gonna talk them through your bullet points, both the giving the food and money, etc. And also, hopefully, get some tactical information about problems they have, which will include where the fuck you need to go to punch some Corsairs.
I actually
Yeah.
technically learn. I did complete my mission. So, yeah.
Oh, what was your mission?
It was to investigate the tomb.
Oh, okay. All right. Now you need to win. All right.
Hey.
Cool. Gangbusters. And I will probably, not right now, but I will probably over the course of the week remember to post all the new pyromancy shit you will learn from translating those things. I don't think I have anything else. I think that's just a like, comment, and subscribe. And good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay.